Welcome back, everyone. I hope you're doing well. Today we have Epic History's Rise of China. Before we jump into it, I want to thank Kellen for being the first member to the channel. Now, if you want to join the member, you do not have to at all. You'll basically see videos before others, and you'll have video recommendations prioritized, amongst other things as we grow together. I appreciate you, Kellen Ved. I appreciate you, and we shall jump into it right away. And I'll preface, I don't know much about China. I know little. And I mean, I know the simplistic things, but I know little about the history of China. Now, the Qing China, Qing is how you pronounce this. I hope I'm right. Qing. All of creation will celebrate. All of mankind will be filled with happiness as long as the Qing rules. The national anthem of Qing China, 1910. Oh, so we're gonna start. Oh, when we talk about rise, this is like 20th century rise. Gotcha. The Middle Kingdom.
China, a cradle of world civilization. The land that invented printing, paper, and gunpowder. And under successive dynasties, the center of a vast empire that stretched from the Pacific Ocean to the Himalayas, and from the eastern steppe to the tropical South China Sea.
You gotta imagine, they have grown since the start of their country. They have grown.
The Chinese call it Zhonggua, the central state or middle kingdom.
Zhonggua. Got it.
And for more than 2,000 years, its emperors claimed a divine mandate to rule over Tianxia, all under heaven. Since 1644, this great empire has been ruled by the Qing Dynasty.
Since when?
This under heaven. Since 1644.
Okay, so if it's 1910 in the beginning of this video, a good 300 almost years.
This great empire has been ruled by the Qing Dynasty. They are ethnic Manchu from the north, though most of their subjects are Han Chinese. By the 19th century, the empire spans 14.5 million square kilometers.
Wow.
And receives tribute from many smaller neighbors. Around 450 million people live within these borders, 1/3 of the world's population. It is also estimated that China accounts for 1/3 of the world's wealth.
Wow. And I wonder if that's GDP or if that's natural resources or a combination.
The imperial capital, Peking, and major hubs such as Nanking and Canton are among the greatest cities in the world. It is a multi-ethnic empire whose self-proclaimed aim is not economic or political expansion, but the maintenance of harmony. A worldview that derives from Confucius.
Is Confucianism too. It's a religion.
Sage of the 6th century BC. His teachings have governed society in both public and private realms for 2,000 years.
Wow.
Fundamental values, such as reverence for parents and ancestors, loyalty and benevolence, seek to create an orderly and harmonious society. It is also one that is rigidly conservative. Young men from well-to-do families spend years studying the Confucian classics in preparation for the Imperial Civil Service exam.
Oh.
This is the only route to the higher levels of the Qing administration.
So you have to be well studied.
But governed by scholarly bureaucrats and an emperor who is both revered and feared, China is failing to keep up with a rapidly changing world.
Yeah, around this time there's a lot of colonialism happening, a lot of mercantile trade, I'm guessing that's what he's referencing.
For the time being, foreign merchants are restricted to the southern port of Canton. Such splendid isolation will...
Isn't this where, how much, well, I'm just word vomiting. In this screen grab right here, there's Macau, there's Hong Kong, I believe, right? So, and those are the foreign ports that has to play along with this. So Canton, I'm going to back it up to, really, I might be going a little slower in these videos than like the European videos just because less context. So Canton, port city, South China, still China.
Southern port of Canton. Such splendid isolation will prove impossible to sustain.
Oh, I love that. We have only one thing to learn from the barbarians. It's crazy because when you hear barbarians, you have like a connotation of what it means, but then you realize that it's a universal word suggesting outsider. And that is strong ships and effective guns. Probably referencing European powers such as the Dutch, such as Britain. Especially Britain. So about a 50, 60 year century of humiliation is an era. Okay. In what context?
1839 marks the beginning of China's century of humiliation.
Interesting.
For years, British merchants had been smuggling opium from India into China.
Yeah.
A vastly lucrative trade. The consequences for China are an addiction epidemic.
Horrible.
But when Qing officials seize and destroy large quantities of the drug in Canton, the British react with force.
I'm looking at you, Britons. This is horrible. It was horrible. God. A little bit of context here I have with like how they basically got a lot of the Chinese addicted to opium. And then of course, as you guys see, this happened. And then instead of any reasonable response, they went full war. Oh man. I don't even know what to say, but it's just horrible.
Using superior naval technology, the British quickly overpower the antiquated Chinese fleet. The Chinese are forced to sign the Treaty of Nanking, the first of what will later be called the Unequal Treaties. The treaty grants special rights to the British, opening 5 ports to British merchants and ceding the territory of Hong Kong,
which will soon go back to the Chinese. I'm not sure if it's 2042 or they moved it up, but it was supposed to go in the next decade or so back to China.
A second Opium War soon extends similar advantages to France and the USA.
Of course.
The Russian Empire further exploits Chinese weakness to seize territory in the northeast. While a horrifying civil war, the Taiping Rebellion, devastates South and Central China for 14 years.
Wow. There's a lot going on. A lot of suffering, especially for a very populated country.
The death toll is estimated at 40 million, making it one of the bloodiest conflicts in history.
Jeez. I'm not sure. I can't remember off the top of my head, like World War I and World War II. But that's up there, World War I. It's got to be.
While China suffers, her enemies grow stronger. In 1895, a newly modernized Japan, long seen as inferior to China, easily defeats the Qing Navy and wins territorial concessions of its own.
Wow.
Westerners mock China as the sick man of Asia. a giant fallen prey to the imperialism of foreign powers, better adapted to life in the modern world.
And trust me, there's a ton of racism in all of this too, from the west to the east, and it's obvious. It's really the isolation really submits this too, when there's powers that don't talk to each other, don't reason with each other, don't humanize each other. It creates more divide than anything else.
But by the turn of the 20th century, there is a growing sense of outrage among the Chinese people. And a determination to fight back.
They're tired of getting pushed around. Reform and be strengthened. Guard the old and die. Basically, you gotta adapt. What we got? Last of the Qing. So we're gonna have an ousting. Possibly?
In 1899, a movement emerges in northern China, calling itself the Society of Righteous and Harmonious Fists.
That's got to be a translation, but that is definitely a mouthful.
Its members become better known as the Boxers.
Boxer Rebellion.
They are outraged by the weakness of the Qing Dynasty, the spread of Christianity, and China's repeated humiliations. Their goal? To expel all foreigners from China and end the shameful concessions made to them. The Boxers begin by attacking Western-funded railways, Christian missionaries, and Chinese converts. In June 1900, thousands of Boxers enter Peking and lay siege to the area in the city where foreigners live.
Wow.
They adopt the slogan, "Uphold the Qing, destroy foreigners."
Uphold the Qing. So they want to uphold the Qing Dynasty. Okay.
For the ruling Empress Dowager Cixi, the Boxers are a problem, but also an opportunity. Cixi decides to throw the weight of the Qing state behind the Boxers and declares war on the foreign powers.
Well. Now what?
It is a terrible miscalculation.
Yeah, are you guys militarily capable at this point? I know, like, internal fights are one thing, but when you talk about a world stage, you're inferior to Japan, you're inferior to Russia, you're inferior to Britain, you're inferior to the United States, you're inferior to France. It's a difficult roll the dice there.
In response, a 20,000-strong Allied expeditionary force, combining troops from 8 different nations, descends on Peking.
Oh no.
Amidst numerous atrocities, the Boxers are crushed, and the city is looted by the Allied armies. The Qing court is forced to sign the Boxer Protocol.
Another humiliating treaty that you guys were trying to avoid.
Under its terms, China must pay crippling indemnities over 4 decades, almost twice the government's annual revenue.
Wow.
This is China's greatest humiliation yet.
Darn.
Under huge pressure to modernize the state, Cixi and the Qing court finally undertake sweeping reforms. The archaic civil service exam is abolished, to be replaced by modern schools with a Western curriculum.
Oh.
The first steps are taken to create a constitution, which will impose limits on the power of the emperor. The military is reorganized along Western lines, with improved officer training, equipment, and weaponry. Its most powerful contingent is the Beiyang Army, based in northern China, under General Yuan Shikai. But many believe the Qing reforms do not go far enough, and that only wholesale revolution can save China. One such would-be revolutionary, Sun Yat-sen. From a humble Cantonese family, Sun was educated outside China, in Hawaii. He is very different from China's old Confucian elite. A Christian convert, Sun speaks fluent English, but struggles with classical Chinese.
Wow.
Following his involvement in several failed uprisings against the Qing, he lives in exile in Europe. In 1905, Sun travels to Japan. In Tokyo, he founds the Tongmanghui, a revolutionary alliance whose goal is to overthrow Manchu rule and replace the Qing monarchy with a democratic republic. He advocates the three principles of nationalism, democracy, and the people's livelihood.
Not bad tenets.
To his supporters, Sun Yat-sen represents hope in a new future. And that future seems to be drawing closer. In 1908, after a turbulent 47-year reign, Empress Dowager Cixi dies at the age of 72.
Okay, so we got a power vacuum, unless this is just a hereditary monarchy.
The imperial throne of China falls to a 2-year-old infant, Pu Yi.
I hope somebody else is taking the...
At a time of crisis and mounting opposition, the Qing Dynasty has never been weaker.
Never. It will be my object to my 400 million countrymen and to endeavor to make the blessings of the Republic a reality. It'd been funny if he put like the 2-year-old right there. I was like, yeah, this is what the 2-year-old had to say after knowing this. Nevertheless, Sun Yat-sen, 1912. 4 years later. 1911 revolution. Okay. Just gonna pause here. Are these borders of these provinces or states, depending on... It looks sort of the same. I know it's very different than it is today. Yeah, these are 1911 borders. I know that.
The 9th of October, 1911. Hankou, Hubei Province.
Okay.
Members of a secret revolutionary society with links to the Tongmanghui are making bombs when there's an explosion. Their cover blown. The authorities arrest and later execute several of the group's leaders. But it only pours fuel on the fire. An uprising breaks out in the neighboring city of Wuchang. Crucially, soldiers of Hubei province's new army are persuaded to mutiny and join the revolt. After 24 hours of fierce fighting, claiming hundreds of lives, Wuchang falls to the revolutionaries.
That's different.
On the 12th of October, a new military government claims authority in the province.
Oh.
It publicly denounces the crimes of the Qing Dynasty and calls on other provinces to join it in overthrowing the monarchy. The revolution spreads like wildfire, mostly in cities and towns where there is deep-seated resentment against Qing rule. With
more conservative on the rural areas. It's typical, as you see that pretty much any time there's a revolution.
In 6 weeks, 16 of China's 26 provinces have seceded. In many areas, such as Shanxi, the ruling Manchu are targeted and massacred. Panic grips the Qing court in Peking. General Yuan Shikai of the Beiyang army is summoned to crush the revolutionaries. China is soon in a state of open civil war between Yuan's forces in the north and the rebels in the south. In the chaos of war and revolution, both Tibet and Outer Mongolia declare their independence from China. On the 1st of January 1912, in Nanking, the rebels proclaim the establishment of the Republic of China. Sun Yat-sen, who has just returned to China from the USA, is sworn in as its provisional president.
Interesting. Very interesting. I'm wondering why this guy right here was chosen. I'm guessing because of his diplomacy opportunities, because he's been around, because I don't know. That's what I'm thinking.
Turned to China from the USA, is sworn in as its provisional president. After years of exile, fundraising and plotting, Sun has finally secured political power. His government immediately begins work on a new democratic constitution and passes far-reaching reforms. Archaic practices are abolished, such as growing queues, the long hair that symbolizes submission to the manzu, as well as foot binding and kowtowing.
Might be good that things, maybe I'm just,
As well,
it's just not for me, but it might be good some of these things are being abolished or being sunsetted, you know? Doesn't look healthy. Just doesn't look healthy.
as foot binding and kowtowing. In the new multi-ethnic Chinese Republic, all will be equal. Its flag will have 5 colors for 5 races under one union: Han, Manzu, Mongol, Muslim, and Tibetan. But for now, the Republic only occupies the southern half of China, and the success of the revolution remains far from certain. So, to unite China and secure the future of the Republic, Sun Yat-sen makes a shock offer to General Yuan Shikai. If he can persuade the Qing imperial family to abdicate, he can be president. Yuan accepts and informs the imperial family that only by giving up the throne can their lives and comfort be guaranteed.
But wouldn't this be to create a military dictator?
On the 12th of February 1912, 6-year-old Emperor Pu-yi abdicates.
You mean his caregivers say, all right, yeah, this guy's not going to be emperor no more.
Though for now, he and his court continue to live in Peking's palace complex, the Forbidden City. More than 2,000 years of imperial rule in China are at an end.
Wow.
In its place, the only major republic in Asia. 3 days later, General Yuan Shikai becomes provisional president of the Republic of China.
Hey, they kept their promise.
But almost immediately, the revolutionaries fall out with the new president, whose personal ambition is all too clear.
Let me guess, he becomes a military dictator.
Now in opposition, Sun Yat-sen and his allies established the Kuomintang, or KMT, an evolution of the Tongmanhui. Elections are held at the end of the year, the first nationwide democratic elections ever held in China, though only around 5% of the population are allowed to vote. The Kuomintang win convincingly, taking nearly half the seats in the new National Assembly. Kuomintang leader Song Jiaorun, a close ally of Sun Yat-sen, is all but guaranteed to become the next prime minister.
So it went from president to prime minister, or is there a prime minister and a president?
20th of March 1913, as he is boarding a train in Shanghai, he is shot twice at close range.
Wow.
No conclusive evidence is ever found.
It's a cold case? Wow.
But it's widely believed the assassination was carried out on President Yuan's orders. China's first democratic elections will prove to be its last. The next year, rivalry between the Kuomintang and President Yuan's government explodes once more into armed conflict. But Yuan's Beiyang army is too strong. The Kuomintang and its supporters are defeated. The party is outlawed, and Sun Yat-sen returns to exile in Japan. Yuan Shikai has successfully grabbed power for himself. China is now, in effect, a military dictatorship. But the president is unable to solve any of the problems he's inherited from the Qing Empire.
Wait, you're telling me this military guy who basically was opportunistic really doesn't have much political know-how? What?
He dies of natural causes just 3 years later.
Okay.
And China slides back into chaos.
Oh, was there not an heir? I very much look forward to the destruction of the old universe, because from its demise will come a new one. What is this, Thanos? And will it not be better than the old? Mao Zedong. Oh, doesn't it sound like Thanos though? Now, Mao Zedong is a Chinese student, and he's going to basically start socialist China now. Don't take that Thanos literally. New culture movement.
The 1911 revolution failed to establish a stable republic in China, but it does open the way for an avalanche of radical new ideas. Across China, young intellectuals are increasingly convinced that only a total break with China's past can secure its future.
I mean, we saw the same stuff happen almost 100 years ago in Europe across young people. Intellectual liberalism became the topic of the day that created these revolutions in 1830s, etc. So it looks like there's a parallel here.
Their ideas crystallize in the new culture movement. Chun Du-Xiu is one of its most prominent leaders. From a wealthy family, Chun had been immersed in classical Chinese teaching from a young age, but later turned his back on Confucian thought. In 1915, he founded the magazine New Youth, which became home to the most important radical writers in China. As a young professor at Peking University, Chun gathered like-minded intellectuals around him, such as Hu Shi, who calls for traditional Chinese characters to be replaced by Baihua, which better represents spoken Chinese.
Ah, my hand writes what my mouth speaks. Interesting.
Among their students,
So is this the difference between traditional and simplified Mandarin?
a young man from rural Hunan province named Mao Zedong. Chun Du-Xiu and the New Culture movement argue for a complete rejection of Confucianism. In its place, they want democracy, science, Chinese nationalism, and radical social change, including female emancipation and greater gender equality.
Wow.
They will soon have their chance to take these ideas to the nation. In 1919, World War I's victorious powers are meeting in Paris to agree the post-war settlement. During the war, China had sided with the Allies
And you get a seat at the table if you side with the Allies.
and sent 140,000 men to serve as laborers on the Western Front. In recognition of this contribution, the Chinese expected to regain control of Germany's territory in Shandong.
Yeah.
But now, news arrives that this colony has instead been awarded to Japan.
Huh? Now, how that makes sense? How that makes sense?
The response in China is outrage. On the 4th of May, 3,000 angry students take to the streets of Peking. They gather at Tiananmen, the entrance gate to the Forbidden City. Inspired by the New Culture movement, Their placards in Chinese, English and French call for Mr. Democracy and Mr. Science. Protests spread across the country, uniting students and workers against the government and the Western powers, who are seen to have betrayed China yet again. The protests achieve little in the short term, but will come to be seen as a watershed in China's march towards a modern, nationalist future. Many protesters are now disillusioned with Western liberal democracies. Some turn to Marxism, inspired by the success of the 1917 revolution in Russia.
Yeah, that's happening at the very same time, you know. This is 1718. This just started. Now the revolution's going to have a few more years before it's cemented, and maybe it's PR'd everywhere, but the beginnings of Marxism probably is already PR'd places.
Which seems to offer a model for total national transformation.
Yeah?
Among these converts, the 25-year-old Mao Zedong. He writes, "I venture to make a singular assertion. One day, the reform of the Chinese people will be more profound than that of any other people. And the society of the Chinese people will be more radiant than any other people. Our golden age, our age of glory and splendor, lies before us."
Powerful.
In July 1921, the founding Congress of the Chinese Communist Party takes place in the French concession in Shanghai. There are just 13 members present, who meet in secret. Disrupted by French police, the group moves to a pleasure boat on South Lake. Mao Zedong is a founding member. The first General Secretary is Chen Duxiu. Despite their tiny numbers, they are determined to seize control of China's revolution.
Just 13 little people? And 1 billion people? 13 is so little compared to the amount of people in China. Now, there is a lot of probably like angst, so they have a lot of fuel that they can play with. But just, it's just crazy. Just the numbers are so big against them. And I know how this is going to turn out. It's just insane. The underdog story is insane here. Progress of our revolution should be divided into stages. The first stage is a period of destruction, during which military rule is installed. Sun Yat-sen. The warlord era. Okay.
Following the death of the dictator Yuan Shikai, China had slid back into civil war. Generals compete to control the government in Peking, while the country is torn apart by rival warlords with their own private armies. Some are little more than organized criminals in uniform.
We've seen that
the
before.
most prominent groups are the Zhili clique, the Anhui clique, and the Fengtian clique, each named after their provincial power base. By 1921, Sun Yat-sen's Kuomintang has established a military government of its own in Canton. Both the Kuomintang and communists realize they can only obtain power if they first defeat the warlords. Both believe they can use the other to reach their goal. In 1923, with the Soviet Union's backing, the Chinese Communist Party allies itself with the Kuomintang.
Wow.
In a pact known as the First United Front. Chinese communists are urged to join the Kuomintang, which is itself transformed with the help of Soviet advisors, funds and arms. Soviet advisors also helped to set up a military academy on Huangpu Island. It will be run by Sun's chief military advisor, a rising star named Chiang Kai-shek.
Chiang Kai-shek. Okay.
His aim is to mold the Kuomintang army into a disciplined and effective fighting force. But just months later, while visiting the north to negotiate with the warlords, Sun Yat-sen falls ill. On the 12th of March 1925, he dies from cancer in Peking, aged 58.
Okay, so now there's a power vacuum in this.
His last words: peace, struggle, save China. Sun's death leaves the Kuomintang in disarray, and China at a crossroads. The only certainty seems to be further civil war. For Sun's loyal lieutenant, however, the road ahead is clear. On hearing news of Sun Yat-sen's death, Chiang Kai-shek tells his wife, "If I control the army, I will have the power to control the country. It is my road to leadership."
Oh. Ambition.
In Peking, the Forbidden City lies empty. The last emperor, Pu Yi, had been evicted by a local warlord and left to seek Japanese protection. Whoever is to lead China now will face enormous challenges. Fragile alliances, a fragmented country, and powerful neighbors that seek to plunge China back into an age of humiliation.
That's crazy, isn't it? You don't have that internal struggle. You just have that and other external struggles. Dang.
Can't wait for the next episode.
Ah, what a good outro. Let's get to a good frame. That's a good frame, the Forbidden City. Well, I think I've learned a lot already of China just from this video alone in terms of the 20th century and where they came from, where they're going. It seems like conservatism and just old practices was just like laying the groundwork for traditionalism throughout like the last 2,000 years prior to 1911. And then, you know, after the treaties that were just, you know, fueling the fire of this horrendous regime when it comes to like results and prosperity, you then get these uprisings and the Boxer Rebellion, and you get these warlords, and you get these. That was such a horrible thing to give that guy the presidency just for allowing, like, that was maybe not the presidency. Maybe you should have offered something a little bit less than that, because that just turned things a little bit worse than they were. Now you're getting into that socialism spark where you're going to get communist uprising in the country that's fueled through socialist practices, and that's going to fuel the CCP, which is going to take a little bit of time to build. You got a 25-year-old Mao Zedong who, you know, is fresh of ideas, and now he has this clique of people that have similar thought processes, and they're aligning themselves with really strong individuals. And then I forget this last individual's name, young man's name, but the guy who really just said after Sun Yat-sen died, hey, if I control the army, I control the country. And that's kind of what Yuan had, you know, when he was promised the presidency. You know, once you control, if you control the military, you control the country. Technically, you become a military dictator. But at the same time, you could possibly use that as a stepping stone for politics. I know there's another video too, and we can't wait to watch it. I'll see you there. Until next time, hit that like button. Peace out. Bye-bye. Back, everyone. I hope you're doing well. We are continuing our epic history China series. The Rise of China, the Generalissimo. I've never heard of that word before. Glad you're here. Make sure you hit that subscribe button and that like button as we venture more into history. That's what we do here. We react to history. Now let's react to some history. The world under heaven, long divided, must unite. Long united, most divide. Thus it has ever been. Oh, okay. Romance of the Three Kingdoms. So I'm wondering if this is, I'm guessing this obviously has something to do with China in terms of this quote. However, this seems like it's just basically talking there's cycles. If it's united for too long, it's going to divide just by, life cycle of said uniting, and then vice versa. So it's a life cycle. Okay, circle of life. Chiang's rose to power.
1925. 13 years after the abdication of China's last emperor, the country remains in turmoil. It is being torn apart by warring factions, with around 1.5 million men under arms. In the capital, Peking, millions mourn the death of revolutionary leader Sun Yat-sen, who had seemed to many to offer a brighter...
Is that real funeral? Like, I know I've seen a previous casket look similar to that. Is that like real footage? It probably is, right?
...future. But his plan to defeat the warlords and unite the country under Kuomintang rule lives on in his successor, a 37-year-old party official, Chiang Kai-shek, better known in the West as Chiang Kai-shek.
Okay.
As commander of the Kuomintang...
Did you say how old he was?
37-year-old party official Chiang Kai-shek, better known in the West as Chiang Kai-shek. As commander of the Kuomintang's Wampu Military Academy, Chiang has earned a reputation as a charismatic, effective and ambitious leader. He attended military school in Japan, where he first met Sun Yat-sen, and joined the revolutionary cause in 1908. At the time of Sun's death, much of China is dominated by warlords, an assortment of ambitious generals and regional leaders who command their own private armies.
I don't want to make a wild parallel here, but I will. Is this similar to like shoguns?
And whose first loyalty is to themselves. The Kuomintang, also referred to as the nationalists, control only the southern provinces of Guangxi and Guangdong, and its capital, Canton.
Okay.
To strengthen its position, they've made an uneasy alliance with the Communist Party to form the First United Front. This means they now receive support from the Soviet Union. But many Kuomintang members, including Chiang, are distrustful of Soviet intentions.
Yeah.
His own recent visit to Russia has convinced him that communism is not suitable for China.
Oh. Interesting. I wonder how that's going to go over.
Yet there is a widespread hunger for change in China. The people are fed up with the chaos, the warlords, and foreign interference. 1925 sees a rise in labor and anti-imperialist movements. When the multinational Shanghai police open fire on protesters, there are large-scale strikes in southern cities. The ranks of both the Kuomintang and Chinese Communist Party swell with new recruits. But the suspicion between these two unnatural allies lingers. And in 1926, Chiang decides to strike first. Alleging an imminent communist plot, he launches his own preemptive coup. He declares martial law in Canton and has political rivals and Soviet advisors arrested or expelled. He also expels communists from the Wampu Military Academy, including...
So there's like a red scare happening here.
A rising star of the party, 28-year-old political commissar Zhou Enlai.
Okay.
Chiang's decisive action strengthens his grip on both the Kuomintang military and nationalist party. What's more, the Soviets, desperate to maintain any kind of influence in China, agree to continue their military support. The First United Front is just about intact. Chiang will now set out to fulfill Sun Yat-sen's dying aspiration, a northern expedition to defeat China's warlords and unite the country under Kuomintang rule.
Interesting. This fight is important not only because it will decide the fate of the warlords, but also whether the Chinese nation and race can restore their freedom and independence. And Kai-shek. Alright. The Northern Expedition. Oh, 1 year.
The most powerful warlord in the north is Zhang Zuolin. He controls the Beiyang government in Peking, which remains the internationally recognized government of China. In central China, the dominant figure is Wu Peifu, the Jade Marshal. His ally, Sun Quanfang, controls several eastern provinces and the cities of Nanking and Shanghai. In the south, Chiang's forces, known as the National Revolutionary Army, are 100,000 strong. He knows that when he marches north, his men will be heavily outnumbered.
What if they unite too?
But his troops are better trained, have some modern Soviet equipment, plus their own warlord allies, Li Zongren, Feng Yuxiang, and Yan Xishan.
Okay, so it's not that bad.
Chiang plans to take on the hostile warlords with a methodical northern advance. In the first months of the war, his northern expedition makes rapid advances. By April, the Kuomintang controls southern China's most important cities, including Wuhan, Shanghai, and Nanking.
Yeah, this is a huge success so far.
First, Wu Peifu, then Sun Quanfang are driven from their strongholds. Zhang Zuolin alone holds out in the north. Many warlord troops switch sides, swelling Chiang's National Revolutionary Army to a gigantic force, some 700,000 strong. Victory and a unified China seem within reach.
Oh, that's what this is going to be. China needs a Chinese Mussolini. Needs is a strong word use in this case. North China Standard, is it like a newspaper or like a pamphlet or something? The Shanghai Massacre. Not good anytime we see the word massacre.
As National Revolutionary Army troops advance on Peking, tensions between its Kuomintang and communist factions resurface. Chiang Kai-shek is increasingly distrustful of his Soviet advisors and concerned at the communists' growing confidence. His suspicions appear to be confirmed as NRA troops approach Shanghai. A few days before their arrival, Zhou Enlai and other communists use a workers' uprising to seize control of the city. But Chiang has his own powerful connections in
Is this like the first version of the CCP here?
Shanghai. Du Yueshang, aka Big Ear Du, triad leader and kingpin of the Shanghai underworld, and a personal ally of Chiang Kai-shek. In the early hours of the 12th of April 1927, Du orders his Green Gang to attack the communists and trade unionists who've taken over the city. Thousands of Shanghai workers take to the streets in protest. Chiang's Kuomintang troops open fire on them.
It's like, alright, we have an issue, they're protesting, just shoot them. Not a good long-term strategy, I will say that.
Over the next days and weeks, some 12,000 communists are killed or disappeared
In what time frame?
and weeks. Over the next days and weeks, some 12,000 communists are killed or disappeared in Shanghai alone. The first united front has ended in blood and betrayal. The Shanghai Massacre is just the first of many purges in which the Kuomintang hunts down communists in territory they control.
Wow.
The communists react by orchestrating uprisings across the country. Zhou Enlai, who is lucky to escape Shanghai alive, leads an armed uprising against Kuomintang rule in Nanking. The following month, Mao Zedong leads the Autumn Harvest Uprising in Hunan and Jiangxi provinces. In December, a third uprising takes place in Canton. All three are swiftly crushed by Kuomintang forces. But there is no doubt that a brutal new front has opened in China's revolutionary struggles.
At Japan.
As the communists fight for survival, Chiang's northern expedition resumes its advance.
I'm getting ahead of myself.
He now targets the last hostile warlord standing, Zhang Zuolin. On the 6th of June 1928, in a moment of great symbolism, Kuomintang troops enter Peking, the old imperial capital. Jiang retreats across the Great Wall into Manchuria, a region under heavy Japanese political and economic influence. There is also a large Japanese military presence here, the Guangdong Army. The Japanese have supported Jiang for several years, but now decide he has outlived his usefulness. As Jiang travels north by train, his carriage is destroyed by a massive bomb. It had been planted by a Japanese officer.
Well, dang! There's so many, like factions at play here. It's crazy.
The Japanese military hope for better results from Jiang's 27-year-old son, Jiang Shuiliang.
I wonder what he thought about this. Like, they just killed your dad, and now they're like, yeah, you're next. What?
But the young marshal, as he becomes known, has his own ideas. In July, Jiang Jr. opens negotiations with the Kuomintang. In return for pledging allegiance to Chiang, he will hold on to his father's old power base in northeast China.
Probably the best chance he had at holding on to power, honestly.
Finally, after a decade of internal struggle, China is unified, with a single flag, a single capital, and a single leader, Chiang Kai-shek.
That was a lot of ambition for that guy, and that was a lot of results.
But it won't be long before he faces his first major revolt. In 1929, Chiang proposes a major reorganization of the National Revolutionary Army. He wants to halve its size from around 1.5 million men to 715,000.
Is it because he can't pay them?
And split its troops into 65 divisions of 11,000 men. His generals, many of whom had previously served China's warlords, correctly see this as an attempt to undermine their power. A group of them form an anti-Chiang coalition and plunge China back into civil war.
That didn't last long.
The Central Plains War, as it is known, pits Kuomintang forces against their former warlord allies. Around 1 million soldiers take part in the fighting. Chiang Kai-shek suffers a series of early setbacks, but eventually regains control, thanks to support from Jiang, the young marshal. Victory comes at huge human and economic cost. And after a generation of revolution and war, Chiang Kai-shek has once more stamped his military authority on the country. Now he faces the next daunting challenge: to transform the Republic of China into a united, prosperous, independent state.
So much happening. If we do not weed the present body of corruption, bribery, idleness, and ignorance, the day will soon come when the revolution will be started against us. 1936. Oh, a little bit further away from that. It's still 29, I believe. The Nanking decade.
Chiang establishes his one-party government in Nanking, a former capital of the Ming Dynasty. These years are known as the Nanking Decade, a period of sustained Kuomintang governance, across eastern China at least. In fact, the country's unity is paper-thin. Only Nanking and its surrounding area are under direct Kuomintang control. Most of the country is still governed by warlords.
I was about to say, like, then what? It makes sense, though.
More or less loyal to Chiang's government. The communists, meanwhile, are down but not out, and form pockets of resistance throughout the country. In power, Chiang Kai-shek is referred to as the Commander-in-Chief, or Generalissimo.
That's where that comes from, Generalissimo. Commander-in-Chief.
And becomes increasingly authoritarian. To unite the country around a homegrown alternative to communism, he launches the New Life movement, reviving Confucian ideas to fit the times. Chiang's wife, Song Mei-ling, US-educated and from a prominent Chinese Christian family, plays a leading role. The impact of the New Life movement is limited, but by the early 30s, parts of China are rapidly modernizing. New laws promote gender equality and protect women's rights in marriage and property ownership. Education continues to spread. Newspapers, magazines, and journals proliferate. New cinemas and theaters open.
Very Western.
Infrastructure projects help the Chinese economy to industrialize. And there is huge foreign investment, especially from Japan. Though there are complaints of widespread corruption within Chiang's inner circle. And yet, 85% of China's population are,
let me guess, are considered peasants.
Peasants.
Yep.
Their lot has not improved since the time of the Qing. They remain desperately poor and benefit little from developments in cities like Nanking and Shanghai.
This is what's going to spark a social uprising.
Instead, many face a perfect storm of soil exhaustion, erosion, and rising rents. They are largely ignored by the Kuomintang government, but not by the communists, who are actively spreading their message across the countryside. To add to the woes of the rural poor, in 1931, catastrophic flooding devastates central and eastern China. The scale of death and destruction is almost unimaginable. Estimates range from 1 to 4 million lives lost. It's one of the worst natural disasters in human history.
Crazy. Whoa. Chiang Kai-shek's got some strong words. He says, the Japanese are a disease of the skin. The communists are a disease of the heart. Fighting a lot of battles. The Mukden incident. What's the Mukden incident?
While the Republic of China struggles with its many challenges, foreign rivals look to take advantage. For decades, Japan has been extending its territory and influence at the expense of neighbors. Now, against a backdrop of heightened militarism and nationalism, some in Japan see China as the obvious target for further imperial expansion. Japan already has enormous influence in northeast China and owns railways, factories and mines in the region.
Remember we were looking at that foreign investment? Ooh.
Now their sights are set on the conquest of all Manchuria, rich in resources that Japan lacks. On the night of the 18th of September 1931, outside the city of Mukden, an explosion destroys a section of the Japanese-controlled South Manchurian Railway.
That's how it starts.
But it's a false flag operation. The bomb has been planted by rogue officers from the Japanese Guangdong Army to provide a pretext for the conquest of Manchuria. Ignoring Chinese and international protests, Japanese forces attack. Within 3 months, their troops control most of northeastern China, driving back local Chinese forces commanded by Chiang, the young marshal. All of China is outraged, but Chiang Kai-shek will not be lured into a general war with Japan.
He lets them have it.
Internal pacification before external resistance, he insists.
Okay, so there's an internal conflict we got to solve before we can even. But your people are under attack, sir.
His strategy will be to trade space for time, and he orders Chiang to retreat. Japan.
I mean, sorry for pausing, but he really doesn't have a choice. They're way outmatched.
Creates its own puppet state in northeast China, named Manchukuo. On the throne, the Japanese place China's deposed Qing Emperor, Puyi, now 26 years old.
Dang. And he's probably like, yeah, this was my country. They took it from me when I was 6, 20 years ago. Okay, 4 years later. Has there ever in history been a long march like ours? No, never. The Long March is a manifesto. Mao Zedong.
As far as Chiang Kai-shek is concerned, it is the communists, not the Japanese, who pose the greatest threat to Kuomintang rule. Just 10,000 Communist Party members escaped the purges of 1927. Now they have regrouped in the Chinese countryside. Several Chinese Soviets, or regional governments, have formed in remote rural pockets across China.
A lot of border towns.
The most successful is the Jiangxi Soviet. Its chairman is Mao Zedong. The son of a wealthy farmer, Mao was a founding member of the Chinese Communist Party. Now he presides over the Jiangxi Soviet, where the communist leadership is based. It controls a total population of more than 3 million,
Wow.
with its own bank, currency and tax system. But Mao is criticized by other party leaders for his ruthless purges of communist forces and loses influence. Zhou Enlai takes over his role in the military leadership. The Jiangxi Soviet is the blueprint for a Chinese communist revolution. For the Kuomintang government, it is an existential threat. Chiang Kai-shek plans a series of encirclement campaigns to isolate and eradicate the communists. His troops face determined resistance from the Communist Red Army. The first, second, third and fourth encirclement campaigns all fail.
Dang. Had 4 campaigns.
The war between these two sides is brutal. and leads to suffering on a vast scale. Civilians, mostly peasants, find themselves caught between two ruthless forces who do not hesitate to carry out mass executions and torture and shoot anyone suspected of disloyalty. Victims include Mao's own wife, shot by the Kuomintang for refusing to denounce her husband. The death toll from this phase of China's civil war will never be known, but may be as high as 500,000. Finally, in September 1934, Chiang Kai-shek musters nearly 1 million men to surround, blockade and destroy the Jiangxi Soviet.
How does that fail? I don't see how it would. 1 million? Wow.
This time, the weakened communists cannot hold the line. They gradually lose ground until around 100,000 soldiers and civilians remain in a small area around Ruijin. The communist leadership takes the fateful decision to abandon Jiangxi and live to fight another day. Many are killed trying to break out of the Kuomintang trap. The survivors embark on an epic, year-long march led by Zhou Enlai and Mao Zedong.
The fact that they got out of there is insane.
They cross some of China's most forbidding terrain, battling enemy forces, hunger and exhaustion along the way. Fewer than 1 in 10 of the Jiangxi communists complete the 6,000-mile march to Yan'an.
That's insane. That's insane. Nevertheless, guys, like, depending on what you believe in and how you see politics within the Asian theater, gotta hand it to them. Gotta hand it to them. 6,000-mile march. Can you imagine? And your ankles and your heels are getting shot at every second. Oh, crazy.
Yan'an, where they meet up with communist comrades from around the country. This astonishing feat becomes a founding legend of the Chinese Communist Party. The Long March.
Yeah.
Mao's leadership secures his place at the top of the party, at the expense of his Soviet-backed rivals. From now on, the party will follow Mao's vision, not Moscow's.
It should do that way, though.
For the moment, communist prospects look bleak. They have been decimated and are on the run. But their fortunes are about to take a dramatic turn.
Look at the map and note the smallness of Japan compared to China. Can anyone doubt that we shall triumph? Chiang. Is he now turning his attention to Manchuria in Japan? Oh, I see the date too, 1937. Japan is not... The atrocities that Japan creates and displays in China are worse than, pretty much, are on par with the Germans in the worst cases. The Japanese horrendously do things to the Chinese. Horrendous. The Xi'an incident.
December 1936. Chiang travels to Xi'an in northern China to visit Jiang, the young marshal. His troops are leading the fight against the communists in their new northern base. It's 8 years since Jiang's father had been assassinated by the Japanese. 3 years later, they'd driven his army out of Manchuria. He is infuriated by Chiang's refusal to challenge the Japanese And he's come up with a bold plan. Chiang kidnaps Chiang Kai-shek and forces him to negotiate face-to-face with the communists.
Oh.
Represented by Zhou Enlai. After 2 weeks of talks, Chiang Kai-shek gives in, having promised to end the internal fighting and confront the Japanese. He is released.
That's kind of interesting.
As soon as Chiang's safely back in Nanking, he has Chiang placed under house arrest.
Well, duh. I mean, I could have told you that was going to happen. I didn't want to say it because I thought there's a chance I'd been wrong. But you don't kidnap the president, the warlord president, and then expect that you can just carry on. Goodness gracious.
But on the crucial point, he keeps his word.
Oh.
Chiang agrees to form an alliance with his communist enemies, a second united front, to take on Japan.
Now y'all want to talk to each other. Wow.
On the night of the 7th of July 1937, a small detachment of Japanese soldiers demands to enter the walled town of Wanping, close to Peking, to search for a missing soldier. The Chinese garrison refuses. Tensions rise. A shot rings out from a Chinese position. Then, both sides open fire. One of the bloodiest wars of the 20th century has just begun.
And I'm sure we'll see that video soon. Currently, it's not released by Epic History, but the rise of China is going to have to suffer through World War II, and it's not going to be good. Not at all. Not until the Allies finally make it to the Eastern Theater and help out China with support from the United States and then future Russia, etc. But mainly the United States and our coalition of allies. Wow. So much history in the rise of the CCP. Most people like myself do not know any of this. And if we do know anything, it's very superficial. Very interesting stuff here. Gives a lot of context to the struggle of China from the glorious golden ages of its dynasties throughout that, 2,000, 3,000 plus years, to the internal struggles that we're seeing in the 20th century, just all the way up to 1937, when the fighting really takes off between Japan and China. That's all we had today. I appreciate you reacting and listening and watching alongside me. I'll see you guys next time. Make sure you hit that like button. Have a great one. Peace out. Back everyone, I hope you're doing well. We have the Rise of China Battle for Survival. Now you know what this is. This is going to be the continuation of our China series. The Rise of China continues. Glad you're here. Make sure that like button. Let's jump right into it. The other two videos are already posted on our channel, so if you haven't seen them, go see them. Let's go. This is the turning point. The war with Japan, which is the prelude to World War II.
China, 1937. Tensions have been rising on the border with Manchukuo, a puppet state run by an increasingly militaristic Japan. So far, China's nationalist leader, Chiang Kai-shek, has carefully avoided a major confrontation. His strategy has been to buy time, to eliminate his internal communist enemies first. But bowing to increasing anti-Japanese sentiment across China, he has concluded a truce with the communists. On the 7th of July, at the Marco Polo Bridge outside Peking, there's an argument over a missing Japanese soldier, and shots are fired.
Mm-hmm. It's about to go down. It's about to go down right there.
Within days, Japanese reinforcements flood the area. But this time, China is ready to push back. In a speech made 10 days after the Marco Polo Bridge incident, Chiang Kai-shek warns of the struggle ahead. Let our people fully understand the meaning of the limit of endurance.
That's powerful. The meaning.
People fully understand the meaning of the limit of endurance.
The limit of endurance. Meaning how far we can go.
And the scale of sacrifice implied. For once that stage is reached, we can only sacrifice and fight to the bitter end.
That's all you can do.
The national mood is summed up by a popular song, March of the Volunteers. In 1978, March of the Volunteers will become China's official national anthem.
That's cool. Seeing like a real like before and after. What a crowd too. What a crowd.
The fighting around Peking rapidly escalates into a full-scale invasion. Some historians consider this the moment World War II begins. Chiang Kai-shek's National Revolutionary Army, the NRA, is in the unusual position of receiving support from both the Soviet Union and Nazi Germany. But it's
for now
not enough to hold back the Japanese Imperial Army. With superior tactics, modern equipment, and air superiority, they smash through Chinese defenses. Within 6 weeks, nearly 200,000 Japanese troops have occupied a broad swathe of northern China, including the old imperial capital, Peking.
That's a moral victory for Japan, and that's a moral loss. Like a devastating loss for China. And China's kind of like in a not a civil war, but similar to a civil war, like an uprest. I think they're going to try to put those differences aside for a little bit from what our last video was. But I'm not sure. We'll have to see.
But it's in Shanghai that both sides will plunge into the abyss.
Is our fixed policy to resist to the last inch, to the last man, Chiang Kai-shek. Battle of Shanghai.
Shanghai is the largest city in China, and its commercial and cultural capital.
Do they have zero fighters at this point? Japan?
The heart of the city is the International Settlement, established by Western imperial powers in the 19th century, and jointly run by 14 countries, including Japan. The Japanese have recently overtaken the British as the largest foreign presence in Shanghai, with 30,000 civilians, as well as 8,000 Marines and 32 naval vessels. Chiang Kai-shek sees an opportunity to divert the Japanese from their northern offensive, while also bringing the war to international attention.
Yeah, because all those international countries are within this area, so if you attack one, you attack all.
On the 13th of August, he orders Chinese forces to attack Japanese ships moored in Shanghai. The Japanese send reinforcements. Shanghai and the surrounding region become a major battlefront, drawing in 1 million troops.
1 million? This is crazy.
The city is devastated in fierce urban fighting, with tanks on the streets, poison gas attacks.
Poison gas? I thought that was outlawed by the Geneva Convention. What was the Geneva Convention? Not sure. I thought biological warfare was a war crime.
And air raids.
Chemical warfare.
The NRA suffers heavy losses, particularly to its elite German-trained divisions. In late October, it begins to withdraw. A single battalion is left behind to hold the Siang warehouse. In desperate fighting, the Suicide Battalion holds out for 6 precious days. Buying time for other units to escape. Their sacrifice and the horrors of the battle occur directly under the gaze of foreign observers based in Shanghai's international settlement.
But what does the foreign observers do? Do they pick a side or do they stay out of it?
Where they are shielded from the worst of the fighting. Their images and reports quickly travel around the world and turn Western public opinion firmly against the Japanese. But what happens next will shock the world.
What happens next? That's what happened next. That's what happened next. That's what happens next. Nanking.
Japanese forces pursue the retreating NRA to the new nationalist capital, Nanking. After a ferocious 4-day battle, they enter the city on the 13th of December. The few Westerners inside the city form an international safety zone to shelter themselves and some of the local population. But most Chinese civilians are left to the mercy of the Japanese. For 6 weeks, Japanese soldiers go on the rampage, looting, torturing, raping, and murdering. The numbers are disputed, but between 50,000 and 300,000 civilians are killed. Around 30,000 Chinese prisoners of war are shot in mass executions. Others are decapitated, or buried alive, or used for bayonet practice. Bodies are piled up in the streets, burned, and dumped in the Yangtze River.
There's not much I could say about that. You guys have probably heard about that a long time before this video came out. It's horrendous.
The International Safety Zone is managed by German businessman and Nazi supporter John Rabe. He is appalled by the violence and hopes Hitler will intervene to stop the Japanese.
An unusual call.
Instead, the fall of Nanking convinces the Nazis that Japan is the stronger partner, and Germany cuts off its military support to China.
And then also there might be some future looking into like how do we combat the Soviet Union, because the Soviet Union is the biggest threat for Hitler, and it's not even close. You know, with the resources and the territory and the army and all that, they do have the non-aggression with Russia or Soviet Union. We'll say Soviet Union. They do have a non-aggression with them, but they might be also peering into the future with Japan and squeezing the right side of the Soviet Union as well as they squeeze the left side. Could be. We don't know.
The rape of Nanking appalls the world. It is condemned by the USA and League of Nations, the international body dedicated to maintaining world peace. But their words are not backed up by action.
Yeah, because there's not like a United Nations or a NATO, right? The League of Nations, and this could be just my ignorance, does the League of Nations have like the same foothold as like a NATO does, like with Article 5? If so, let me know. I'm not sure.
Atrocities become a feature of the Japanese war against China.
You got the Bataan Death March too, so ton.
The systematic use of rape as a weapon of war. Forced prostitution on a massive scale, and the use of chemical and biological weapons on civilians and prisoners of war, which killed many thousands.
Crazy. So there's a two-front war, the North and then Shanghai.
The Japanese army's next objective is Wuhan. There is a rare Chinese victory at the Battle of Taiyuan, but it is not enough to halt the Japanese. Chiang Kai-shek's government makes a desperate and fateful decision. The order is given to breach dikes holding back the Yellow River at Hua.
This right here, it's gonna flood and it's gonna harm so many civilians. And like I said, always, like war, of course it hurts people on both sides, but it doesn't hurt anyone as much as the civilians, the people just living their regular, normal lives. War is just such an atrocious thing.
The hope is that the floods will stop the Japanese army in its tracks. In early June, the floodwaters of the Yellow River surge south and east across the densely populated North China Plain. There has been no advance warning to the villages and towns in its path. The consequences are catastrophic. Farmland and entire villages are submerged. 500,000 civilians perish. 5 million are made homeless. The loss,
which we can't track how, you know, those lives turned out. The people that were homeless, we don't even know if they, you know, because of no home and instability, they could have wound up in a situation where it led them to death, which is deflating the overall numbers, which is probably conservative.
Of farmland will cause famine and hardship for years to come. One of the greatest man-made disasters in history, committed by the Chinese government against its own people.
Yeah. Not a lot of oversight. What was the pros and cons to that?
The floods failed to stop the Japanese, who merely bypassed the affected areas. By the time Chinese and Japanese forces clash near Wuhan, there are nearly 2 million men engaged. The battle for the city is hard fought, with heavy losses on both sides. But once again, Japanese air power and tactics, alongside the widespread use of poison gas, prove decisive.
It's a dirty war.
The city falls after 4 months. The nationalist government retreats 500 miles further inland, to Chongqing, in the western province of Sichuan. The Japanese now occupy China's largest cities. and install a new puppet government in Nanking. But despite its victories, the Japanese army is too exhausted to land another major blow. The war enters a stalemate. Historians label this conflict the Second Sino-Japanese War. The Chinese call it the War of Resistance. But it is about to become a crucial front in a world war.
As the rising sun melts thinly frozen ice, so the Japanese army is overcoming Chinese troops. Dangroko Hata. World War II.
By 1939, China's only major foreign backer is the Soviet Union.
For now.
It provides crucial supplies, and its pilots and aircraft make up most of the nationalist air force. The Soviets are fighting their own war against Japan, a widely forgotten conflict on Russia's far eastern frontier.
Oh, so we even got troops, USSR troops in Mongolia by way. Mongolia is Mongolia a province of China at this point? I'm not sure.
On Russia's far eastern frontier. But that summer, with war looming in Europe, Stalin makes a truce with Japan. It is signed on the 15th of September. 2 days later, Soviet troops invade Poland.
Alongside Germany.
As allies of Nazi Germany.
For now.
Despite losing its major foreign ally, China fights on against the Japanese occupation. Chongqing becomes a nationalist redoubt, pummeled by more than 200 Japanese air raids. While in northern China, communists carry out large-scale guerrilla attacks on the Japanese. But all cooperation between communists and nationalists has once more been broken off. The nationalists now receive foreign arms and supplies via French Indochina,
which was Vietnam, basically.
Today, Vietnam, Cambodia, and Laos.
Yeah.
So in 1940, Japan occupies French Indochina to cut the link.
Has this become the domino effect?
But this fresh act of Japanese imperialism alarms the Western powers.
Yeah, we got the American Philippines, we got kind of like Pacific Islands that aren't shown, we got the United Kingdom in Burma, Malaysia, Hong Kong, which is there. Then you got India, which is before the partition, so you got Bangladesh right there, Calcutta, and India itself. So like you got you were testing the West here.
Whose Southeast Asian colonies are now within range of Japanese forces.
1941. It'll be at the end of 1941 when we the United States gets involved. But until then, it's going to be a continuous pummel of this region.
US, Britain, and the Dutch impose an oil embargo on Japan.
That's the catalyst.
Which threatens to cripple its economy and its war effort in China. The Western powers hope Japan will back down. But in Tokyo, the decision is taken to gamble on war.
They really thought they were going to take on the whole world.
In December 1941, the Japanese launch a surprise attack on the US naval base at Pearl Harbor.
which, I mean, I don't know what I'm sorry for pausing so much, but anyway, which I don't know if he's going to speak on. We're going to probably do some series of Pearl Harbor by itself, which was an ultimate failure, by the way, to attack Pearl Harbor, because you did not accomplish your mission, which was to destroy the Pacific Fleet, which was on training exercises, I believe, outside somewhere. Can't remember where they were, but they did not do what they wanted. They were looking for the carriers. The carriers were not really, I think there might have been one carrier or something like that, but the carriers were not present like they thought they would have. They wanted to cripple the Pacific Fleet, because if America doesn't have a Pacific Fleet, I don't know what's going to happen. Don't know what's going to happen.
In Hawaii. They simultaneously bomb US and British bases across Southeast Asia. In a series of rapid, bold advances, the Japanese capture British colonies including Hong Kong and Singapore, the Philippines, and the oil-rich Dutch East Indies.
All the way to the footsteps of Australia.
But Japan's attack on Pearl Harbor has woken a sleeping giant. Within a year, US factories are turning out more vehicles, ships, and aircraft than all the other combatant powers put together. China will be one beneficiary, receiving more than $1.5 billion worth of armaments as part of the US Lend-Lease program.
Why would you do this, Japan? Like, I guess they feel like they were cornered, but such a horrendous lack of judgment here, because now the entire West is going to back your enemy.
When the Japanese take Burma, supplies have to be flown into China from India, a perilous route over the Himalayas, known to US pilots as the Hump.
It's risky too, that airspace. Crazy footage.
Chiang Kai-shek also receives a new chief military advisor. The famous...
That looks like, yeah, that's American.
Acerbic US General Vinegar Joe Stilwell. Stilwell regards Chiang as a stubborn, ignorant, prejudiced and conceited despot.
Dang.
The loathing is mutual. Chiang, like many, finds Stilwell's arrogant and overbearing manner hard to stomach. Further aid comes in the form of Major General Claire Chennault's famous Flying Tigers. This elite squadron of American volunteers has remarkable success against the Japanese Air Force.
That's a crazy KD ratio right there.
As the war goes on, more US air units arrive in China, leading to the construction of several US air bases. China is now one of the four major Allied powers, alongside the US, Britain, and Soviet Union. In November 1943, Chiang travels to Cairo, Egypt, to attend a conference with British Prime Minister Winston Churchill and US President Franklin Roosevelt.
I don't know too much about this conference.
Chinese resistance is tying down nearly 1 million Japanese soldiers, and they assure Chiang of increased support, though in reality, neither sees China as a priority.
I mean, look, they're dealing with Hitler, so...
Yet help is desperately needed. What remains of the Chinese economy is collapsing, with rampant inflation, corruption, and a devastated industrial sector. The nationalist government is struggling to pay its soldiers, who desert in growing numbers. Just as Japan, is preparing to launch its largest operation of the war.
They're going to invade the rest of China. Crazy. In this war, China is losing all the battles, but China is on the winning side. Meaning China is on the West and the Allies' side in this capacity. But they are losing all the battles. They're not being attentive. I'm sorry, they're not being paid attention to compared to the West. For now. For now. This is 1941. We're in 43 at this point in this episode. We're in 44. Operation Ichigo.
April 1944. Japan is on the back foot against the Allies in the Pacific. It hopes to salvage the situation with a massive offensive in China to link up northern China with Indochina and destroy US airfields in the south that are used to bomb Japan. The codename is Operation Ichigo. Weakened Chinese forces break under the onslaught. Several US air bases are taken. And
so they were successful.
Connection between North and South is established by October. Once more, the Chinese military suffers enormous losses. Defeat is another blow to Chiang's reputation. But when Stilwell demands that he be put in direct command of all Chinese forces,
I don't think that's gonna go over too well. Even though I think a joint command would be more suited. Is that what they're currently doing? Or is it just Chiang Shek?
Chiang gets him replaced.
Oh.
Yet US faith in Chiang is fraying. Some contrast nationalist corruption and incompetence with the success of the Chinese communists.
And we haven't talked too much about the Socialist Party during this entire time, the Communist Party. They've kind of just been an afterthought.
Who continue to wage their guerrilla warfare campaign against the Japanese in the north. But the success of Operation Ichigo comes too late to save Japan. In the spring of 1945,
we're already in the spring of 1945. That means it's very close to being VE Day in Europe, meaning Victory of Europe, and now VJ Day, I think that's right, VJJ, is going to happen very soon. We're in 1945. We got the atom bombs the Manhattan Project is complete, or being completed as we talk, and China is about to have liberation.
The last major Japanese offensive in China is defeated, and Chinese troops counterattack.
Finally, some pushback. Enola Gay.
US strategic bombing of Japan's home islands culminates in August 1945 with the dropping of atomic bombs on Hiroshima and Nagasaki. Simultaneously, the Soviet Union invades Manchuria. Within a week, Emperor Hirohito announces Japan's unconditional surrender to the Allies. The Second World War is over. The death toll is staggering. Between 15 and 20 million Chinese lives are lost.
And most of those are civilians. Most of them. And for a fact, most of all the deaths in World War II are civilians. It's horrendous. War is horrendous.
Only the Soviet Union suffers more.
Yeah, like 40 million, 60 million. I can't remember. It's horrendous.
Then there is the multitude of wounded, the refugees, and the destitute. The country will have to undergo complete reconstruction.
Do you think without World War II that the CCP would have not survived? It created a power vacuum, I believe.
But who will lead it is still to be settled.
Mao. Hmm. 7 years earlier. The Civil War continues. You guys thought that this Civil War was over? We just had an intermission of World War II. Can you imagine your Civil War gets interrupted by World War II? God dang, the people of China, you guys endured so much. So much.
Japan's defeat leaves a vacuum in China, which both nationalists and communists rush to fill. From the Soviet Union, the communists receive Manchuria and captured Japanese weaponry, while the US and Britain fly nationalist forces into northern and eastern China. In an effort to prevent open conflict, Chiang Kai-shek and Mao Zedong meet for US-sponsored talks in Chongqing.
Are they going to partition, or are they just going to say, okay, this is what we have?
The agreement they reach is short-lived. As Chiang Kai-shek remarks to his aides, the sky cannot have two suns. In 1946, civil war erupts.
Again.
As Chiang launches an assault on the communist-held north, led by his elite US-trained divisions. The nationalists make advances, taking Shanyang and the communists' wartime base in Yan'an. But the communists weather the storm, avoiding major battles and sticking to their wartime guerrilla tactics. And in rural areas, their program of land reform attracts many thousands of peasants to their cause. In contrast, the nationalists have been burnishing their reputation for incompetent and corrupt government. Chinese industry and trade have been devastated by war. But economic mismanagement adds to the misery, causing hyperinflation. And despite heavy backing from the US in loans and military supplies, the nationalists are rapidly losing support in both cities and rural areas.
Yeah, the people saw, like, the people is what he's talking about. The people saw, like, they really just want change. What has been their life? This is the same government that flooded and killed many thousands, could be more, tens of thousands of their people, displaced them, handled World War II as effective as they could, but horrendously at the same time. Lost. They were not going to ever be a match for Imperial Japan with the technology and stuff, but then aligned themselves to Westerner countries and did not align themselves with it's called the Nationalist Party, but I'm not sure they really were for the people. So a lot of people probably watch this video, and a lot of people probably have like a stigma against communism. I've had a stigma against communism, but the thing is, people won't change, and all they've known is war.
In 1947, General Lin Biao reorganizes communist forces into the People's Liberation Army, nearly 1 million strong.
It's a lot.
Mao decides this is the moment to abandon guerrilla tactics and take on the nationalists in open warfare.
So it's a real civil war now.
In a string of successful counter-offensives, the communists capture territory, weapons and supplies, and conscript deserters and prisoners into their ranks. The
deserters and prisoners of the other side.
tide of war is shifting dramatically. In September 1948, the People's Liberation Army launches 3 major offensives. In the first, Lin Biao sweeps the nationalists out of Manchuria.
Huge.
Nationalists lose more than 400,000 men.
God dang! Now, 400,000 men could not just be deaths, it could be POWs.
Only 150,000 are able to escape south. The following month, 2 simultaneous campaigns lead to the capture of Tianjin.
And there's siege in Peking.
And Zhuzhou.
This is quick. This is quick. Dang.
It is a disastrous winter for the nationalists, who suffer another 500,000 casualties and lose much of their best military equipment.
What do they do?
In just 4 months, the communists have won 3 major victories and driven their enemies from northern China.
This is like Russian guns, too.
In the southern cities, there is chaos and lawlessness as nationalist rule breaks down. That spring, the communist advance continues. In April, they take Nanking, and the following month, China's largest city, Shanghai.
Writing's on the wall.
On the 1st of October 1949, Mao Zedong, chairman of the Chinese Communist Party, stands before a packed Tiananmen Square in Peking,
Otherwise known as Beijing today.
and proclaims the founding of the People's Republic of China.
Ah. Interesting.
That winter, the last nationalist-held areas fall to communist forces. It's estimated more than 2 million soldiers were killed or wounded in the 4 years of China's civil war. Perhaps another 5 million civilians perish through fighting, famine, and disease. Chiang Kai-shek, alongside some 2 million nationalist troops and many refugees.
This is where we get to today. Taiwan and China, 2 different nations. China doesn't believe that. Taiwan believes that they are. It's an interesting. Their generations have passed now, but it's very, very interesting.
Retreats to Taiwan, one of the last territories still under nationalist control.
To this day.
Chiang Kai-shek will never return to mainland China. Where Mao Zedong and the Communist Party are triumphant. Now, the work will begin to build a new China from the wreckage of invasion and civil war.
Wow.
Do you want to watch
I don't know where we go from here. I don't know if Epic History is going to make another part of this series. I can't tell if this is the last one, because this is, you know, this kind of took, there's so much to say. There's so much I'm forgetting too, which is kind of making me sad. By the way, got the Book of China right there. I recommend that book for just about anyone. It kind of like really loads like the history of China up to this point. But the interesting part about this is the struggle. They were almost exterminated, extinct, the CCP. And then World War II creates this power vacuum, which eliminates so many obstacles for the CCP, that then within that power vacuum, they assert themselves. They become more political within the military, and the military grabs more conscripts, and they take land and territories, and they have significant strategic attacks at the end of this, which leads to a communist China. And then you get Taiwan being more or less like a a own nation now of the National Party of China. You have two different crazy scenarios that could have played out. You had this one, and you have the opposite, where I don't know if the opposite would even have resulted in a Taiwan. At least in this timeline, you get a Taiwan. You do not get a Taiwan in the other scenario. You get annihilation, I believe. You would get extermination. So far, yeah. Rise of China. Epic history. I thank you guys so much for joining me on this video. Remember, we have 2 other videos prior to this one that you should have caught by now. If not, go back and watch those. We have tons of videos on this channel. We react to history. Doesn't matter if it's Roman history, Chinese history, North American history, we do it all. And if you have some video suggestions, I implore you to leave some down below. I'll see you guys next time. Peace out and goodbye. Well, we have another epic history video, and it's called Rise of China, the Great Leap Forward. Obviously, this is Mao Zedong's biggest move. Of course, the CCP has taken over. We have a People's Republic of China, contrary to the Republic of China that's now in Taiwan. What will come of this? Well, we're in the, what is it, the 1946, I believe, that this enacts? I think so. I'm glad you're here with me, of course. If you're new here, my name is Shields, and this is We React to History. I don't do too many intros like that, but you might be new. If you're not, hey, how you doing? You've seen me before. Let's jump right in and see what epic history has in store for us. Revolutionaries. Okay. 49. Okay, that's my... Is that when it started? I'm not sure.
China, 1949. From Peking's Tiananmen Square, Communist leader Mao Zedong has proclaimed the establishment of the People's Republic of China.
Look how huge that is. Huge.
A new age for China, for the Chinese Communist Party, and for Chairman Mao. He has devoted his life to revolution and to his dream of transforming China. Now is his moment. Mao's government calls itself a People's Democratic Dictatorship, but democracy is not on the agenda. Instead, the heart of government is the Central Committee of around 100 senior party members. Above that, the 12-strong Politburo. And within that, the Politburo's Standing Committee, where true power lies. There are 5 members, including Liu Shaoqi, a veteran labor organizer who studied in Moscow. He is now vice chairman of the Communist Party. Zhou Enlai, a hero of the revolution, once Mao's superior within the party, but who has now publicly and privately committed to Mao's leadership. Charming and polite, he has shown a great talent for diplomacy and will serve as Communist China's first state premier and foreign minister.
Okay.
And Mao himself, chairman of the Chinese Communist Party and paramount leader.
Of course, there's 2 others that they're not showing, so I'm not sure who they are or what they do. And I think the 5 are still used today, given the little amount of knowledge I have on Chinese politics history. I think they still use 5 today.
Aged 55, Mao
No, he's young in comparative, so like leaders.
now wields unchallenged personal authority, the result of his inspiring leadership in the struggle against the Japanese and nationalists. Though never a natural orator, Mao is a charismatic figure, capable of deep intellectual thought, shrewd political tactics, and stirring writing. Since 1938, he has been married to his 4th wife, the famous actress Jiang Qing. She is a powerful personality in her own right, ferociously loyal to Mao, and scathing of his rivals, real or imagined. After years of revolution, invasion, and civil war, China...
Yeah, let's just take a step back real quick and just realize the last 50 years of China has been insane with revolutionaries, warlords, invasion, World War II, intervention from the West. Oh my goodness, there's so much. We're only 1909, and before that, China was not like, let's be frank here. China is not, like, at this moment right here in 1949, in the moments before, not a superpower by any means. Economically, militarily, not at all. Like, it's a lot of things about to change. I do know that.
Is impoverished and in desperate need of reform and rebuilding. The Communist Party gets to work immediately to impose a vision on the country that is heavily inspired by Soviet thinking. To this end, around 10,000 Soviet advisors arrive in China to assist in reconstruction. The country remains an overwhelmingly agrarian society.
Okay.
In 1949, by rough estimate, every fifth person on Earth is a Chinese peasant.
On Earth. I was about to say, okay, 20%. What? Yo, that's crazy.
They have long provided the base for communist success in China, wooed by the promise of land redistribution, which has been enforced in communist-controlled areas since the early 1930s. Now it is to be rolled out on a national scale. Rural landowners, who have dominated the Chinese countryside for centuries, are vilified for abusing their power over peasants. They are publicly humiliated by the communists, put on trial, and executed in...
Yeah, it's a little too far. Alright, we're a little too far. Now, there's going to be a lot of viewers on this channel that are a hybrid of Western and Eastern, probably. Guys, we got to look through it through the lens of non-nationalism. We also have to look through it through the lens of non-Western, but also non-Eastern. Like, let's look at it as a unified humanitarian lens of what is the righteousness of punishment. Yeah. We'll have to, like, there's a lot of these crimes, quote unquote, are perceived crimes. So there may be a ton of anecdotal crimes that deserve harsh punishment. Now, we'll have to take those one by one, but holistically, should we execute everyone because of they're part of a system? I don't necessarily. That's just my opinion.
Huge numbers. More than 1 million are killed.
Okay. You guys see that? Like, 1 million? 1 million. In what world is there a decree of 1 million deaths justified for living your life the way it's always been? You're not taking it out on the people that are taking advantage of them. You're actually taking it out on the ancestral problem of where it's always been this way, and we have to ratify it with this. The words are escaping me, but you guys like it. This is insane. No one can justify in the comments that 1 million deaths were necessary. Nobody. And if you try, I hope my practical viewers will combat you, because it just doesn't make sense. There's no means that where 1 million deaths are practical.
Their land is seized and redistributed. Over the next 3 years, about 300 million peasants receive land for the first time.
I get it, though. I want to say that. I understand the premise, but the humanity is lost within all of it.
Early reforms are intended to fundamentally reshape Chinese society. New laws improve the rights of women and protect their role in the workforce.
Good. Progressive.
To improve literacy rates of just 20%, the government promotes the use of simplified Chinese characters.
That's why you have the difference between simplified Chinese and traditional. And Taiwan, for the most part, uses traditional, from what I understand.
Huge propaganda drives in theatres, public storytelling and posters aim to both educate and indoctrinate in communist revolutionary values.
Yeah, because under Mao and other administrative leaders, they might be like paranoid inside their own heads, like, how long is this going to last? Because, like I said, the tumultuous last 3 decades have been insane. So, like, are we going to go through another one of those spikes? Is World War III right around the corner? Like, they don't understand from a 2025 perspective, like the hindsight of what's going to happen post 1949. So a lot of these measures are probably to have preventive maintenance to a revolutionary uprising that combats what's currently state.
Suspected counter-revolutionaries, such as nationalist sympathizers, corrupt officials and capitalists, are to be reported and eliminated.
Yeah. Crazy, ain't it?
The campaigns upend China's traditional class structure, humiliating and impoverishing bourgeois and middle-class families. The number of victims is impossible to quantify, but hundreds of thousands suffer loss of status, confiscation of property, or imprisonment. Some...
I know I'm pausing a lot, I'm sorry. Is there a better way to do it?
Some are even forced to take their own lives.
Yes, that is true. That is true. I can agree and disagree. I'm not black and white. Okay.
China's new communist leaders seek to build alliances abroad, but World War II has been followed by the Cold War, and the world is now divided between a democratic, capitalist West and the Soviet-led communist bloc. The Western powers offer no support to communist China. In fact, they continue to recognize their wartime ally, Chiang Kai-shek, as China's legitimate ruler. His authoritarian nationalist government, officially known as the Republic of China, still holds Taiwan and small islands in the Taiwan Strait. Inevitably, it is to the Soviet Union that Mao turns. In December 1949, he travels to Moscow for 3 months of talks with Soviet Premier Joseph Stalin.
3 months of conversations with Stalin? I didn't know he's talked to him for 3 months. Wow. Then again, I mean, travel was more egregious back then compared to like today's quick travel. It's like you make it a day trip. Still, that's a long that was purposeful. There was a lot to talk about.
Their relationship is not an easy one. In imposing his own brand of communism in China, Mao has often overruled his Soviet-backed rivals. Nevertheless, in February 1950, the two leaders sign a treaty of friendship, alliance and mutual assistance, unlocking economic and military cooperation between China and the Soviet Union.
Yeah, think about that. Like, the Western Bloc is terrified of this because you have probably the greatest country by way of wealth of natural resources partnering with the most populated country. They're both of the same ideology now. They both pose a Cold War-esque threat. They hold combined the largest block of land of two countries, combined two countries. It is just a tornado of turmoil for anyone in the West. Envision a world where this friendship status quo.
By the 18th century, the Qing Dynasty had added several remote Western territories to its empire.
Oh, we're about to talk about the bomb.
Mongolia, Xinjiang, and Tibet. But in the tumult following the 1911 revolution, they had escaped Chinese control. Now the communist government acts to reimpose central authority. In 1949, the People's Liberation Army is sent to reoccupy Xinjiang. In 1951, Tibet is occupied and annexed, following a short conflict the Chinese government euphemistically calls the peaceful liberation of Tibet. As part of the settlement, the Dalai Lama is allowed to remain at the head of a local government.
But isn't he living abroad? He might still be living, the Dalai Lama might be still living. I think he lives in India. Oh, not sure.
No attempt is made to regain Outer Mongolia, which is now within the Soviet sphere of influence. Taiwan remains a major source of contention. Both the communists and Chiang's nationalists continue to denounce the other side as bandits and their governments as illegitimate.
I don't think that's changed to this day. Oh, and I mean, a lot of this stuff is on.
Elsewhere, China's borders seem settled. But in 1950, the People's Republic of China faces a major conflict on
the Korean War.
its doorstep. The Korean War.
Uh-oh.
After World War II, Korea had been divided into two separate states, a communist north and democratic south.
38 parallel.
In June 1950, northern forces invade the south, advancing rapidly and capturing Seoul within a week.
Look how much territory they got. Nearly all.
Korea becomes a Cold War battleground. Under US leadership, UN troops intervene in support of South Korea. By the end of the year, they have pushed the front line back to the Yalu River.
Isn't that insane? Like, both forces, originally North Korean, pushed all the way down to almost the brink of the Sea of Japan, and then likewise the UN forces pushes beyond Pyongyang. There has to, like, this is what we call a proxy war.
Close to the North Korean-Chinese border. Fearing a US-led invasion and hoping to shore
But it did start as a proxy war. Oops.
up a communist line back to the Yalu River, close to the North Korean-Chinese border. Fearing a US-led invasion and hoping to shore up a communist ally, Mao sends in Chinese troops to support North Korea. More than 1 million Chinese troops enter the battle, soon rising to 2.5 million.
Insane. So many humans.
In the face of this onslaught, UN forces retreat south. After months of heavy fighting, the war enters a stalemate. Both sides dig in along the 38th parallel. In 1953, an armistice is agreed.
And to this day, this is what it looks like. Just another Asiatic conflict that is pretty much frozen in time. This and the People's Republic versus the Republic.
And this becomes the heavily fortified border between North and South Korea, known as the DMZ, Demilitarized Zone. For China and for Mao, the Korean War is presented as a triumph. They have championed the global socialist cause and stood up to the US superpower. Perhaps even more importantly, communist legitimacy within China is greatly bolstered. But it comes at a huge cost. The Korean War claims an estimated 3 million lives. Chinese military casualties are more than 500,000.
Wow.
Possibly many more.
Not even their war, technically, is.
They include Mao's own son,
Oh, I didn't know that.
Mao An-ing,
Wow.
killed in a UN airstrike while serving with Chinese forces. In its efforts to curb the spread of communism, the US has now imposed a total trade embargo on communist China. The war has also strengthened US support for Chiang Kai-shek's government in Taiwan, with President Truman sending the US 7th Fleet to deter a potential communist attack.
Now, we would probably never do... Have we done that in the last 20 years, what the 7th Fleet is doing? Because, presumably, I would say that we would not do that today, given the change in rhetoric and the change of tone and temperature of the war. But, or it's not a war, it's a Cold War, I would say. We have a Cold War with China. It's economic, but it's also in relation to Taiwan. But I don't think we would do that today. We might have, and I just don't realize it. Interesting. 5-year plan.
In 1953, China's government introduces its first 5-year plan.
Interesting. And then, oh, interesting. So there's 12, there's 100, then there's 12, then there's 5. And it's a 5-year stint, kind of like the precedent of future elections. However, isn't Mao Zedong pretty much for life? And isn't Xi Jinping, isn't he for life?
Inspired by similar economic programs in the Soviet Union.
Yeah.
One aim is to swiftly and massively increase Chinese industrial output. Huge efforts, backed by Soviet technical expertise, produce remarkable results in transport, industry, and infrastructure. Production of coal, iron, and steel all exceed their ambitious targets.
Wow.
While China becomes a major oil producer for the first time. The second aim of the 5-year plan is to rapidly boost agricultural output. To this end, the Communist Party
How do you do that with how they did the land reform?
pushes farmers to collectivize on a massive scale,
Okay.
forming cooperatives that include dozens, sometimes hundreds of households.
That's how.
By 1956, 80% of peasant households belong to a cooperative, meaning they share the land, tools, and harvest.
It's an interesting way to look at
Cooperatives also have an ideological aim: to tighten party control over the lives and thoughts of rural communities. At breakneck speed, communist reforms are overturning a rural way of life that's centuries old, and sowing the seeds of disaster. Mao is encouraged by the apparent success of the first five-year plan. Hoping to encourage further innovation, in 1956 he announces, "Let 100 flowers bloom, let 100 schools of thought contend." It is an invitation for others to come forward with constructive proposals for the government. In response, criticism of the party comes
Oh, goodness.
flooding in, from intellectuals, academics, and scientists.
It's a trap. It sounds like it, but it seems like the intention was there, but there is no flame available for... Oh man, this is not gonna...
Mao and the leadership are dismayed and angered.
You asked for it!
Rather than welcome proposals, they move to crush what they now regard as dangerous dissent. A new anti-rightist campaign punishes at least 500,000 men and women who are considered insufficiently loyal to the party. Penalties include public humiliation, hard labor, and execution.
You don't agree with me, die.
Among the leaders of this brutal campaign, a new addition to the Politburo Standing Committee, the 52-year-old Deng Xiaoping. A veteran of the Long March, he will become a crucial figure in the years ahead.
The thoughts of the chairman are always correct. If we encounter any problem, any difficulty, it is because we have not followed the instructions of the chairman closely enough. What is this guy, God? I mean, obviously, the emperorship position has ruled Chinese way of life for the longest time. I'm wondering if they're conflating the two in terms of divine, know-all. This is the problem with absolute rulers. You cannot create collective thoughts. It's so narrow-minded. Now, given this, that we cannot say that in the same breath without also saying the industrial might of China has increased 2-3x fold, more than that. But that also has to be reconciled with the humanity loss along the way. So, then bow. The Great Leap Forward. What the title of the video is all about?
1958. The start of a second five-year plan. This time, even more ambitious. Mao calls it the Great Leap Forward, a huge program to create a truly socialist state and dramatically expand industrial output to catch up with the world's leading economies. A huge public information campaign spreads the message throughout the country, urging every Chinese citizen to rise to the challenge and embrace Mao's leadership. Existing rural cooperatives are merged into vast people's communes, in which the party controls every aspect of daily life. The state now owns the land, buys harvests, and distributes rations.
Technically owns the people. Technically owns the people, too.
Private kitchens are banned as representing selfish individualism and replaced by communal canteens. Very quickly, the Great Leap Forward's ambitions become detached from reality. Many of the technicians and experts who should have overseen the campaign have been purged. Under intense pressure to meet unrealistic targets, local party officials exaggerate harvest figures.
See? You create fear versus innovation.
These inflated reports suggest large surpluses of grain, which is then taken from the communes to supply the cities.
This is going to create starvation, actually.
In reality, this means far too much grain is taken from the communes, often leaving them without enough to feed themselves.
Horrible. And this is actually created out of fear of the administration. Such a totalitarian, authoritative regime. Ugh.
Drought.
By the way, forget what you think about East versus West and all that stuff. Anytime I'm saying anything, think of it practically. If you were in the shoes that are there's a cause and effect here. If you're the part of the effect, wouldn't you want food to eat?
Mismanagement and corruption actually mean agricultural production is in steep decline. Millions of peasants now face starvation.
Of course, that won't be reported either, because if you say that, you're not loyal to the party. You might be.
On top of this, farmers face new nonsensical demands, like an order to use homemade foundries to produce iron, often of such poor quality it's unusable. The result is a disastrous famine across China.
But like this has to go across the desk eventually of Mao Zedong and his administration. So what would their reasoning of this famine be? That's what I'm curious of. What do they equate the famine to be?
By some recent estimates, Mao's Great Leap Forward is responsible for at least 45 million excess deaths.
That's larger than some European countries. It's insane. That's disgusting.
Around 7% of the population.
By the way, please contrast this video with your own opinions and thoughts and research if some of these numbers feel sufficient and or wrong, because I use these videos more as a guide versus truth. It's not the source of truth, it's part of the truth. So if you guys have any other flavors to add to the comments, please do it.
It ranks as one of the greatest man-made disasters in history. In the most hard-pressed areas, whole communes starved to death. Famine had always been a feature of life and death in China, but the winter of 1960 is perhaps the darkest hour in the country's history.
The country's history, 4,000 years. More than that.
Reports of widespread chaos and suffering eventually seep through to the upper echelons of the party.
Okay, what do they got to say?
In the summer of 1959, at a conference in Lushan, Minister of Defense Peng Dehuai openly denounces the Great Leap Forward and Mao's leadership. Mao is not in listening mood.
Who cares what he's in the mood for? God.
Peng is placed under house arrest and removed from office.
Crazy, bro.
His replacement, General Lin Biao, is one of Mao's most loyal supporters.
Yeah, yes, man.
But as the months go by, the evidence becomes impossible to ignore. When
there's going to be a scapegoat.
News of the famine reaches Taiwan, Chiang Kai-shek seeks to humiliate Mao by ordering airdrops of food to the mainland.
Wow. Got contrast here of the. I mean, I can't help to think about Berlin airlifts when I hear that. Same time, give or take a little bit after that.
By 1961, the party has to acknowledge reality. Mao Zedong publicly accepts that mistakes were made.
By?
He remains chairman of the Chinese Communist Party, but for the next few years he steps back from frontline politics. In his place, more pragmatic leaders, notably Liu Shaoqi.
Okay, I mean, no, that's crazy. I don't care. That's insane. Like, bruh, you got mistakes were made. I wish there was more context given. Maybe there was, and this video is not doing justice for that. Mistakes were made. Yeah. You could have just said people died. Like, but why and how do we? I mean, he steps back. It's almost like an abdication, but like a soft abdication. Ugh.
Zhou Enlai and Deng Xiaoping take on the day-to-day business of government. Some of the policies that had led to the famine are abandoned. Communes are reduced in size, communal canteens are abandoned, and some land returns to private ownership. But the party still controls all aspects of daily life, providing everything from healthcare to housing.
I mean, those are good things, though.
Education.
Those are good things.
And employment.
Those are good things. However, it shouldn't be the only way.
While food remains rationed.
Yeah.
The work unit, not the family, is the basic unit of social and economic existence. Meanwhile, in 1958, the government adopts a new phonetic
We're going backwards.
alphabet to encourage literacy in China. It is called Pinyin and becomes the new system for the Romanization of Chinese names. Peking becomes Beijing. Canton becomes Guangzhou. Nanking becomes Nanjing, with countless more changes. Pinyin spreads only slowly across China itself, and it is not until the 1980s that the new names are taken up abroad.
People all over the world are now discussing whether a third world war will break out. Imperialists insist on unleashing another war. We shall not be afraid of it. Remember, Japan was the imperialist last time. Now, they're not, they're absurdity at this point. So, like, obscurity at this point. So, the imperialist now is the Western Bloc. For the most part. Foreign confrontation.
While enacting the Great Leap Forward at home, Mao takes an increasingly aggressive approach abroad. In August 1958, the
They're going to take the islands.
Chinese army starts shelling islands in the Taiwan Strait, belonging to the Republic of China, testing nationalist defenses. The US response is emphatic, sending naval and air reinforcements to the region, and deciding to use nuclear weapons if necessary. It is one of the world's first serious nuclear crises. The situation eventually reverts.
I mean, I don't think the entire say nuclear. I think there was a split amongst the American administration and military commanders that actually wanted to use nuclear. I think it was a minority of people that even considered, comparatively to the over majority that did not feel like that would be a comparable thing to do.
To a hostile standoff. But Soviet Premier Nikita Khrushchev, who is pursuing a policy of peaceful coexistence with the West, is furious at Mao's recklessness. Relations between China and the Soviet Union, the world's two great communist states, are in steep decline.
Remember, because Stalin's dead. Been dead. When was this? Stalin died in like early 50s, right? 53? Like that? I think. And then you have a new wave of Russian ideology to Western Bloc. It's very, I mean, you're gonna, under Khrushchev as well, you're gonna have the Cuban Missile Crisis averted, but it's like a triangular, like, you got Russia, then you got China, and then you got America. I mean, the Western Bloc of European countries are part of this, but at the same time, we're talking about the superpowers. There's two. It's Russia and the United States, but China's budding, so they're kind of part of the conversation. Yes, but it's an interesting teeter-totter here. It really is.
In 1956, Khrushchev had denounced the excesses of Stalinism and the cult of personality.
Yeah, where a lot of the early Great Leap Forward probably from Stalinism.
Mao is outraged by these views, and in turn denounces Khrushchev's views as a betrayal of communism. In his eyes, the Soviet Union has gone soft. It is a fatal ideological split. And after 1959, the two leaders will never meet again. That year, China faces a revolt against its rule in Tibet. In response, the Chinese army shells Lhasa.
Hey, I didn't know this.
The uprising ends after 3 days of bloody street fighting. The Dalai Lama and 80,000 Tibetans flee to India.
I think that's why he's there today.
From now on, Tibet is under direct Chinese rule. In 1962, tension on the Himalayan border between China and India.
And that's still happening today, by the way. The borders, the differences between powers are contested.
Explodes into a month of fighting as China grabs disputed territory. Tellingly, the Soviet Union backs India, not China.
Wow.
A sign of how far their relationship has broken down.
I mean, who's the aggressor in that point?
The Soviets have already withdrawn all technical support for Chinese weapons programs. But China is no longer so reliant on foreign expertise.
Sorry for pausing a ton this video. We're about to see the first atomic test, I believe it's the first atomic test by China in the Xinjiang desert, one of the deserts over there.
1958, for example, had seen the founding of the University of Science and Technology of China in Peking. And in 1964, at Lop Nor in Xinjiang province, China tests its first atomic bomb.
Now we got an even playing field. Now we got an even playing field. Now the West will no longer be the leverage maker. Now there is conversation through strength, etc.
2 years later, it detonates its first thermonuclear device. China has joined the United States, Soviet Union, Britain and France to become the world's fifth nuclear power, adopting a no-first-use nuclear policy.
Good. That's a good thing to adopt.
There is no longer any question that China stands on its own feet as a major world power.
Oh yeah.
But Mao and the Chinese Communist Party still see much work to do. Their next battleground will be within Chinese society itself.
The Epic History team uses heaps of technology to make our videos, from laptops and drives to headphones, microphones, and of course the dreaded cables.
You're gonna just give me an ad, but I
And when we're off,
do appreciate the ad that they're. Anyway, the narrator. Let's go back to like. Let's talk. Let's conclude this episode of Epic History's Rise of China. It seems that there might be more episodes. Base? Right? Fourth one. I think the fourth one. Can't remember. I think this is the fourth. Yeah. Wow. What an episode. The Great Leap Forward. Like, all right. So like, you might have contention with me. You might not. You might be annoyed by me. I don't know. I don't know. But look, like on base level, like let's be pragmatic, let's be practical when it comes to like policies, how we respond to them on a global holistic scale when we're talking about humans, and how, you know, ideologies can push certain degrees of humanity and non-humanity. The cause and effect of the totalitarian, authoritarian, whatever you want to call it, regime of Mao Zedong and the administration initially created a widespread panic that eventually crept up to them when it comes to policy and quotas and whatnot, that created such an urgency for growth. It eluded truth, and when you elude truth, things get missed along the way, including food shortages, which resulted in 45 million deaths from Epic History. 45 million people, as I stated. Today in 2025, that is more people than some European nations. That's how many. And it all came down to, and then not to mention the millions dying because of the land reforms. Like, isn't there a better way? Isn't there a better way? And it's really just, they do not, I mean, I told you from the beginning, I believe this is more about a paranoia of continuous revolution. Because look, the Communist Party was not winning for the longest time during the war. And then World War II happened, which extremely, with the Japanese fronts in Manchuria and downward, extremely weakened the Republic of China. And then allowed for a power vacuum for the communist ideology, as well as the Communist Party, to really soak up support, which then led us to this moment where Mao Zedong and the 5 and the 12 and the 100, whatever, they created precedents of their regime that, as we see today, are still some of those things are still in place. But the Great Leap Forward looks and seems like a practical on paper measure if you remove the emotional and humanity of it. I mean, it is unexcusable to have 50, 60 million people die under your watch. It's unexcusable. Now we cannot charge the people of today for the people of the past. That's retroactive, and I'm very much against that. So, in the same light that Mao and his group of people basically charged all the people that had land for their retroactivism of being a result of many generations' wealth, we should not do that to the people charged today. We should look at their current crimes. Now, I'm not saying they have current crimes. I'm just saying that's how you should look at it, in my opinion. I don't want my opinion, as I am just a commentator. Guys, this was a very lengthy, meaty episode of commentation. I appreciate you guys through your patience of my pausing. We shall have many videos in the future. Now, if you have any video suggestions, please type below. I will catch you guys next time. Have a great day. Think about subscribing. Peace out. Bye-bye. Welcome back, everyone. I hope you're doing swell today. We have Rise of China, Cultural Revolution. Of course, we're going to probably pick up where we left off, as we've seen basically the fall of the Qing Dynasty, as well as the Civil War, World War II, Mao Zedong, etc., and then the 5-year plans. So yeah, interesting. Let's jump right in. A Maoist slogan: "To rebel is justified." Interesting open-endedness. Very interesting.
The 1960s.
Oh, we got closed captions. There we go.
And China is back as a major world power. A nuclear-armed communist state, charting its own course, with access to vast reserves of human and economic potential.
I wonder what like the rest of the world's reaction was to like Red China launching that test.
And yet, recent years have seen disastrous mistakes by China's leaders, with horrifying consequences for its people.
Yeah, the famine was just insanely horrible.
The blunders of the Great Leap Forward mean Communist Party chairman Mao Zedong has taken a back seat in running the country. But his presence still looms large. And he is already planning his return to frontline politics.
Really?
A new book helps to prepare the way. Quotations from Chairman Mao, published in 1964. The famous Little Red Book.
I don't know about it, but that don't mean anything.
It contains 427 sayings that encapsulate the essence of Mao Zedong thought, and is small enough to be carried and studied by every...
Is he trying to start a religion like Confucius? Or like Taoism? I'm very ignorant. I don't know.
Every woman and man in China. More than 1 billion copies are printed in the next decade, second only to the Bible.
Interesting. That's why I made that comparison.
Then in 1966, Mao makes a very public political intervention. Mao believes that the success of the Chinese Communist Revolution relies upon continuous momentum. He now feels support for that project is waning and plans a radical program of renewal.
Is that the Cultural Revolution?
Warning of hidden enemies within the Chinese Communist Party, he calls for a new state of permanent cultural revolution. The youth must rise up, he says, and smash the 4 olds. Old thought, old culture, old habits, and old ideas.
Smash? Does that mean that we don't learn from our mistakes? Does that mean that we disregard tradition? Does that mean that we disregard learnings? What does that mean?
Mao can rely on a group of loyal attack dogs to support him in his new campaign. They include Defense Minister Lin Biao, who controls the military, and Mao's wife, former actress Jiang,
Really?
who controls much of the media.
Interesting.
Initially, students and youths respond to Mao's call with enthusiasm. They organized themselves into units known as Red Guards, donning red armbands and brandishing Mao's little red book.
No comment, but let's keep going.
Millions travel to Beijing, where Mao reviews them at mass rallies in Tiananmen Square. The Red Guards will be Mao's enforcers. They quickly turn on their university lecturers and high school teachers, symbols of the old order, many of whom are beaten and humiliated.
Don't sound like no peaceful movement, I'll say that.
Qing encourages the violence at a...
Golly, you're just gonna... By the way, as always, please leave your context in the comments. If you feel like anything Epic History is representing is not to the full context that you think that it should be, please let it be known in the comments. I am going to react to Epic History's narration. So, if you have a problem with it, put it in the comments.
Student rally.
That's crazy,
If
though.
good people beat bad people, it serves them right.
We're going down a slope. Nah.
If bad people beat good people, the good people win glory.
Okay.
Within weeks, the chaos spreads from campuses to society at large, and from Beijing to every city and province in China.
What does that mean, though, beat? Does that mean, like, overtake? Or does that mean beat? Like...
Mobs of Red Guards, often thousands strong, roam the streets, attacking anyone they deem bourgeois or reactionary.
Dang, that's horrible.
Millions of ordinary people are targeted on trumped-up charges, or simply for being literate or interested in traditional Chinese culture.
God, what a horrible mandate.
No one is safe.
That's a horrible mandate.
Victims are subjected to struggle sessions, in which they are publicly humiliated, tortured, and beaten.
This Mao Zedong character is just getting worse and worse and more of a villain, isn't he? He had such a good start, but now it's gone down a deep, dark path.
Sometimes to death.
Yeah.
Friends and relatives of the accused are often forced to lead the attacks. Millions of books, artworks, and monuments linked to pre-communist China are destroyed. On the 26th of December 1966,
Is this like it's not a genocide by no means, right? But it's like it's a word. There's a word for it that I can't even think of. It's erasure.
at his 73rd birthday party, Mao calls for all-round civil war.
What?
Party officials are to be purged and replaced with revolutionary committees. These will consist only of supporters of the Cultural Revolution. In other words, those loyal only to Mao.
Dang. Does he think he's a god or something? How do they allow this to happen?
The military is ordered to support the purge, leading to a much bloodier phase of the Cultural Revolution. In 1967 alone, an estimated 250,000 people are killed.
For what?
And 750,000 left permanently disabled.
What a horrible regime this is. Disgusting, I will say. By the way, like I said, let me know below. Is this Western propaganda or is this factuality? Even though that's not a word. Limbao, the revolutionary torrents of the masses are washing away all the sludge and filth left over from the old society. So it's a definite purge. Interesting. Interesting slippery slope here, right? Because once you mandate this precedent, what's to say that it doesn't just keep getting worse and worse until authoritarianism is everything around you? Permanent revolution.
In 1968, Mao launches a new campaign to cleanse the class ranks, spreading further terror.
What does that mean?
All sections of society, across all ages, are affected. A further 30 million are subjected to struggle sessions. Mao's wife, Qing, a key leader of the Cultural Revolution, is now one of the most powerful and feared figures in China.
Not nepotism at all, right?
The chaos reaches the very top of the party, as Mao settles scores with perceived rivals. Liu Shaoqi, China's head of state, is dragged to struggle sessions along with his family. They are publicly beaten by Red Guards and imprisoned. At the 19th...
I mean, this is pretty much in line with, like, the National Socialist Party of Germany right now.
1969 Party Congress, State Premier Zhou Enlai denounces Liu as a criminal traitor, enemy agent, and scab in the service of the imperialists, modern revisionists, and the nationalist reactionaries. A broken man, Liu dies in prison 7 months later.
So that's an assassination to me.
Other prominent victims include Deng Xiaoping, a leading pragmatist and reformer on the Politburo Standing Committee. He is sent to work in a tractor factory. His brother is driven to take his own life. His son is tortured by Red Guards for months, and then thrown from a third-floor window, leaving him paralyzed for life.
That was like the White House in the background.
Many other senior officials are purged. Among them, Xi Jinping, the father of future Chinese
I was about to say.
leader Xi Jinping.
Interesting. Let me back up because that's a weird parallel, or not parallel. Butterfly
Many
effect.
other senior officials are purged. Among them, Xi Jinping, the father of future Chinese leader Xi Jinping.
So what does she think about Mao? Let me know.
Zhou Enlai survives as Premier of the People's Republic of China, though his adopted daughter, Sun Weixue, is arrested, tortured, and dies in prison.
Kill.
Zhou expresses no public criticism and
Because he fears it would happen to him too.
endorses the persecution of former colleagues. It is a strategy of
To save face.
political survival.
Mm-hmm.
His
Wow.
personal relationship with Mao is uneasy. Mao envies Zhou's popularity, but relies on him to run the government and mastermind China's foreign relations. However, Mao names loyalist Defense Minister Lin Biao, not Zhou, to be his successor when the time comes. In July 1968, Mao orders the Red Guards to end their attacks, which have served their purpose.
Horrible.
But bloody suppressions and campaigns will continue for years. In the final reckoning, Mao's Cultural Revolution claims the lives of unknown thousands perhaps millions. It inflicts cruel and inhumane treatment on countless more, and destroys huge swathes of China's cultural heritage.
Just the optics alone look disturbing. So even if there was a deeper message, the optics just do not play in favor.
The deep trauma for victims and perpetrators lasts to this day.
Oh, I bet. Including the current president. As the Chinese saying goes, one should not lose the major for the sake of the minor. Majority for the sake of the minority. Okay, that's an interesting one. So, that's a one-party state. That's a one-party state right there. It be what it be. Ping pong diplomacy. I've heard about this.
The excesses of the Cultural Revolution seemed to give Mao a stranglehold on power. But there are now few within the leadership he trusts, and few who trust him. Mao's relationship with Defense Minister Lin Biao begins to sour.
He don't play nice, does he? Mao does. He doesn't get along with anybody, it seems. It seems like that he is the problem.
Each suspects the other of plotting their downfall.
Paranoia just enshrining this regime.
In 1971, Lin Biao decides he must flee China for his own safety.
Oh!
With his family, he boards a flight to the Soviet Union, only for the plane to crash in Mongolia.
Yeah, it was shot down.
Killing all on board.
Yeah, it was shot down.
Lin's former allies within the People's Liberation Army are soon purged.
Golly, can you imagine this level of like... This is crazy. That's a... This is Nixon.
With Lin out of the picture, Premier Zhou Enlai rises further in status and authority.
I don't know what I was talking about, sorry.
Never a diplomat, Mao relies on Zhou to restore harmony at home and build bridges abroad. And in the early 70s, Zhou oversees a series of foreign policy successes that further enhance his prestige and popularity. Since 1945, China's seat at the UN has been held by Taiwan, formerly the Republic of China.
That's right, because the Civil War, it wasn't over.
This is the state created by Chiang Kai-shek's nationalist government when it fled at the end of the Civil War. But in 1971, after years of diplomatic maneuvering, the UN votes to recognize the People's Republic of China, Communist China, as the country's sole legitimate representative, and transfers to it Taiwan's seat as one of the UN Security Council's 5 permanent members.
France, UK, Russia, China, United States. I think that's right.
Since the 60s, China's relations with the Soviet Union have been frosty. There have even been bloody border clashes between the two nuclear-armed communist powers. The first is in 1969, in the east. But fighting later spreads to Xinjiang, leaving scores dead.
Well, dang.
Zhou now seeks to thaw relations with the world's other superpower,
The United States. Henry Kissinger.
the
Right there.
USA.
I think that's Henry Kissinger. Ping pong!
Rapprochement begins in 1971, when the US ping pong team is invited to tour China.
Where's Force?
It's the first official visit by an American delegation since 1949.
Wow.
The US players are personally welcomed by Premier Zhou, who tactfully instructs the dominant Chinese team not to win every game. The tour is considered a diplomatic triumph. In Zhou's words, opening the door for friendly exchange between the two nations.
Isn't that so cool that that happened? And of course, you have the famous, very famous meeting of Nixon and Mao Zedong.
Building on the foundations of ping pong diplomacy, US President Richard Nixon visits China in 1972.
The biggest foreign policy meeting probably since the three Truman, Churchill, and Stalin. Probably.
Nixon is a zealous anti-communist, but both sides see better relations as a means to gain leverage over the Soviet Union.
Remember, Nixon was the VP during the 50s when Eisenhower was the president. So there's some tension.
As a result, a US trade embargo, in place since the communists came to power in 1949, is lifted. In 1973, Zhou's long-term ally, Deng Xiaoping, is allowed to return to Beijing from internal exile in Jiangxi province. Mao agrees to rehabilitate him. By 1974, Deng is once more vice premier, working closely
There's Ford.
with Zhou on foreign policy and day-to-day government. Dogged by ill health and increasing paranoia, Mao's hold over the party begins to wane. But he will outlast one old rival.
King Shek.
A giant portrait of Chiang Kai-shek had once overlooked Tiananmen Square, just as Mao's does now. Since his defeat in the Civil War, the former nationalist leader of China has headed an authoritarian government in Taiwan. He has overseen stunning economic growth, but failed in his ultimate goal, to reconquer the Chinese mainland. Chiang dies in Taipei in April 1975, aged 87. The rivalry between the two leaders passes to a new generation, but remains as fierce as ever.
Usually during regime change like that, you see a huge effort on the side that's not having the regime change to try to swallow up power. We'll see what happens.
4 months later, China is hit by a powerful typhoon. Heavy rain in Hunan province causes dozens of dams to collapse. The resulting floods destroy millions of homes, but the authorities suppress reporting of the disaster. The official death toll is 26,000. More recent estimates point to a number several times higher.
Wow.
The failure of the dams, built at the height of Mao's Great Leap Forward,
Now, I mean, like, when we compare, like, this versus what we just saw through the Cultural Revolution, this is not as bad. Not just because of the number, but natural disasters happen. There's not really, you can't really have ill intent because of a natural disaster. You really, I mean, you can, but it's really hard. But the Cultural Revolution, and then the struggle sessions and the and the purging, there's way more ill intent in that. So, I mean, yeah, the transparency thing's one thing right here, but overall, it's like a drop in the bucket compared to what's happened.
Is a tragic reminder of past mistakes. Just as China's future path is suddenly thrown into doubt.
I was Chairman Mao's dog. Whomever he told me to bite, I bit. I can't remember when Mao picked the bucket, but this sounds like it's in past tense. I don't know. The Gang of Four.
By 1975, the Chinese Communist Party is divided between modernizers and loyalists. Leading the modernizers, Deng Xiaoping, Zhou Enlai, and others, who now openly point the finger at a gang of four for inciting the worst excesses of the Cultural Revolution.
Mao, his wife, and then two others.
The gang, all Mao
Never mind. These are people, his loyalists, like actual loyalists. Okay.
loyalists, is led by his wife, Jiang
Oh, that is his wife. I didn't realize that. Obviously, duh.
Qing, and includes Zhang Chenjiao, a political theorist, literary critic Yao Wenyuan, and labor activist Wang Hongwen. All hold key positions in the party or state apparatus.
They're yes men, women.
Through the Central Cultural Revolution Group, they largely control state media, from newspapers and radio to
Talk about authoritarian. They're authoritarian.
revolutionary opera and theatre. The Gang of Four fight back against the modernizers, turning their propaganda machine against Deng and Zhou, who are labelled counter-revolutionary rightists. Anxious to protect his legacy, Mao seems to be siding with the Gang of Four.
What do you mean? You mean he's siding with the people that he already agrees with him?
Then, in January 1976, Zhou Enlai dies from cancer. Zhou had received an early diagnosis, but Mao had personally intervened to delay potentially life-saving treatment.
So he's part responsible, is what we're saying.
Such was his determination to outlive his political rival.
Jeez.
As Chinese premier since 1949, Zhou was one of the key architects of Communist China. President Nixon had called him the greatest statesman of our era. And as a skilled diplomat and stabilizing force, he'd shaped foreign policy and helped to modernize the country. But his attempts to moderate Mao's mistakes had only limited success. His legacy is inescapably entwined with the disasters of Mao-era China. But Zhou remains hugely popular, and on the 4th of April, crowds gather in Tiananmen Square to mourn his death and protest against the attacks made on him by the Gang of Four.
Uh-oh.
The following day, the army is sent in to clear the square, with around 40 arrests. Zhou's ally, Deng Xiaoping, is blamed for the disturbance and dismissed once again.
Jeez. Double jeopardy.
Amidst rising tensions at the top of the party, Mao Zedong, plagued by heart and lung problems for years.
And you know, they suppressed that. Nobody knew. It's like Stalin. Nobody knew he was in bad health, probably.
Dies aged 82. Many millions of Chinese have known no leader but Mao.
That's a god to them. That's like how people view emperors.
The country is in shock. A week of national mourning is declared.
Do they actually have this, like, where his body was on display for people to, probably a line that took you 20 hours to walk through? Is that really what happened?
Over 7 days, 1 million visitors file past Mao's body.
Okay, I could have waited 5 seconds and he would have told me.
As he lies in state in the Great Hall of the People in Tiananmen Square.
Wow. Big changes.
The people are urged to turn grief into strength, carry forward Chairman Mao's legacy, and see the proletarian revolutionary cause through to the end.
Okay.
To most Chinese, Mao is and remains the great helmsman, a titanic figure who guided China through stormy seas to security and prosperity. But his successes were matched by disastrous failures. His agricultural reforms, motivated by pure ideology, triggered the largest man-made famine in history. Tens of millions died as a result. The Cultural Revolution saw suffering inflicted on many thousands of innocent victims. Mao's rule has left Chinese society highly regimented and riven with distrust. A place where any dissent is quickly and ruthlessly suppressed. In the words of veteran communist Chen Yun, had Mao died in 1956, his achievements would have been immortal.
Yeah, because you really didn't have a tainted legacy. You pulled like the communistic like entire ideology out of the gutter in the 30s. And then saw it through the devastating 40s. Devastating late 30s, devastating early 40s. And then until 1949 really didn't grasp the true power. And then restructured and everything. And then mistakes, paranoia, just a binary of good or bad, authoritarianism, just not a good mix.
Had he died in 1966, he would still have been a great man, but flawed. But he died in 1976. Alas, what can one say?
What can one say? So now what? Smash the Gang of Four? The party slogan? Uh-oh. They're coming for blood. Oh, they're coming for blood. Honoring Mao, rejecting... That's a similar... So, look at the parallels between him and Stalin. It's uncanny. With Stalinism and Gorbachev.
The Chinese Communist
Khrushchev.
Party is now deeply split between those loyal to Mao and his legacy and those who oppose the brutality of the Cultural Revolution. Mao's designated successor is Hua Guofeng. He is an
I don't remember him.
able, if uninspiring, party official, but lacks prestige and personal authority. Officially, his mantra is clear: Whatever policy Chairman Mao decided upon, we shall resolutely defend.
All right, so he's a definite loyalist.
Whatever directives Chairman Mao issued, we shall steadfastly obey. In practice, he pulls off a delicate balancing act between honouring Mao's legacy and modernization.
Sounds like he's pretty firm on the Maoism.
His first task is to deal with the Gang of Four, led by Mao's widow, Qing.
Yeah, how do you delegate that balance?
For many, they embody the worst excesses of Mao's rule. After the period of national mourning comes to an end, Hua moves against them.
So it seems like Mao was really holding this whole thing together.
On the 6th of October 1976, the Gang of Four are arrested.
Why couldn't y'all do this a year ago? That is just showing you how much of a divine figure Mao was to the common people. Or maybe it was just the structure, like everyone is insane. This is crazy.
They are accused of orchestrating the chaos and violence of the Cultural Revolution. In a televised trial, Qing
Televised? Means it exists.
defends herself passionately. But all four are found guilty of counter-revolutionary activities.
What does that mean? Is that treason?
Qing and Zheng Chenxiao are sentenced to death.
What? I'm not like, by the way, I'm not like vehemently, no, I'm not even gonna say that word. I'm not opposed to like this ruling. I'm just confused how the bands of power can shift. This is what we're talking about, like with a vacuum. I don't know why this means vacuum. It just, whoa. Whoa.
Their sentences are later commuted to life imprisonment.
Okay. Okay. What are the other two?
In 1991, Jiang takes her own life in prison,
Allegedly.
a Mao loyalist to the end. With blame for past mistakes pinned on the Gang of Four, Mao's status as the great helmsman can remain unquestioned and inviolable.
Gosh, 1893 to 1978, you saw it all. In China, you saw it all.
But it is clear that in communist China, a new era is beginning.
And I have no idea anything about this. I'm excited. That's probably it right there. We got more? Do we got more of this video? Emancipate the mind, seek truth from facts, unite as one, and look forward. Deng Xiaoping. Deng Xiaoping. Deng Xiaoping. One of those. The Rise of Deng.
The Gang of Four had represented one extreme of the Chinese Communist Party, the Mao loyalists. If one figure represents the opposite wing of the party, it's Deng Xiaoping. Now aged 72, Deng's fortunes within the party have fluctuated wildly. In the 1930s, he'd supported Mao in the rural Soviets and the struggles against the Kuomintang.
It made sense though when you're in that time.
He'd become a willing enforcer of the brutal anti-rightist campaigns of the 1950s, an economic reformer in the 1960s, then a sudden and dramatic fall from favour at the height of the Cultural Revolution. Deng is now seen as a natural leader, a talent
I mean, think about that experience though.
too great for the party to ignore. In July 1977, Hua Guofeng rehabilitates Deng for a second time, appointing him vice chairman of the Communist Party.
He's just like flip-flopping, like where he's at. Not in policy, but like being in good faith of the government or not.
From now on, all the momentum is with the reformers. Deng is acutely aware that China is in a disastrous state, weakened by Mao's Great Leap Forward and the Cultural Revolution. The average income of a Chinese peasant, still 80% of the population, is just $40 a year. Because of
That's insane.
the Cultural Revolution, crucial positions across the country are held by unqualified military officials and Mao loyalists. Universities have been shuttered for a decade. Thousands of educated people and party officials have been exiled to the countryside to perform menial labor. Infrastructure and industry are in a state of neglect and disrepair.
It's very cyclical.
Deng believes the solution must be radical reform. He will deviate from decades of Maoist ideology and advocate openness to new ideas and technologies, wherever they come from. Students and officials are encouraged to spend time abroad. The goal will be the 4 modernizations introduced by Zhou Enlai. In agriculture,
Technology?
industry,
Industry.
science,
Science.
and defense. Deng steadily increases his power and support within the party. By late 1978, he is officially the 3rd most senior member of the Politburo. But in reality, Deng is calling the shots.
Almost like a general secretary.
Deng Xiaoping is finally free to enact the reforms he believes China desperately needs. The consequence will be a transformation unprecedented in history.
Oh my.
If you
Loved that video. Guys, we talked a lot during that video, so I don't have a crazy recap. Just insane. What an insane life of Mao Zedong. Ups and downs, a lot of downs towards the end. And the craziness of just a flip, just like that. All it took is Mao's death, and everyone is against him. Very similar to Stalin. Very similar. I'm very curious to see what this new guy is going to be able to do. Will he be able to overcome the adversity presented to him? Obviously, he did. But we'll figure that one out in the next video. Love Epic History. Go hit that subscribe button for Epic History, guys. They're an amazing channel. I appreciate you guys watching this whole thing through. If you haven't yet, hit that subscribe button. I appreciate you. Until next time, peace out and bye-bye. Welcome back, everyone. Hope you're doing amazing. This is the last part, I believe, of the Rise of China series by Epic History. We have the economic revolution that made China a superpower. We're about to do a lot of learning. This is going to be a fun video. I'm Shields if you're new here. We do history. Let's jump right in and waste no more time. Oh shit, we already missed an important quote. We're like 20 seconds in. Hold on. Hold on. Setting things right. Okay, so Deng Xiaoping's, by the way, I'm not going to pronounce anything right. Deng Xiaoping's guiding philosophy. Setting things right. Stabilizing. Reform and opening up. 1978.
1978, and China has a new leader, the 74-year-old Deng Xiaoping.
Dang. Pretty old. But hey, let's go.
Deng's record as a reformer, as well as his frank and avuncular manner, is a stark contrast to the memory of Mao Zedong. Deng is convinced that only the Chinese Communist Party can lead China to prosperity. But he also believes major reforms are necessary to do it.
So he doesn't believe in total reform, but he definitely wants to restructure some stuff.
His views are echoed by prominent supporters, Hu Yaobang and Zhao Ziyang, who Deng describes as his left and right hands. Together they promote the 4 modernizations in agriculture, industry, national defense, and science and technology.
Okay. Not a bad pillars, you know, not bad pillars. You got the military, you got science, you got agriculture, and you got industry, manufacturing, all coinciding with one another and kind of talking to each other.
But there is also a growing number who question China's repressive system. Encouraged by Deng's talk of ideological liberation, activists stick up political posters along Beijing's Xidan Street. It becomes known as the Democracy Wall.
Okay. Is this a bad thing?
Many of the posters criticize Mao and the Gang of Four.
Yeah, but isn't that mainstream at this point?
Deng Xiaoping tolerates this criticism of his predecessors, even as so-called big character posters spread across Beijing and other major cities. People have grievances and they should be allowed to express them.
Just like when Stalin died, it was a very similar, you know, content to that. But yeah, okay.
Deng tells an American journalist. Most posters are anonymous. But in December 1978, Wei Jingsheng, an electrician and former Red Guard, posts an essay entitled "The Fifth Modernization." Signing it with his real name and address, he argues that democracy is essential for the welfare of the Chinese people.
So why would you go do that? Why would you martyr yourself? Because you basically just martyred yourself.
Democracy, freedom, and happiness for all are our sole objectives in carrying out modernization, he writes. Now, the limits to the new spirit of openness are revealed.
Yeah, because now you just opened up an ideological, like, ravine.
Wei Jingsheng and 30 other activists are arrested and given long jail sentences.
For what? Okay, I agree with this.
In March 1979, Deng Xiaoping introduces 4 basic principles.
It's always 4.
1. Uphold the socialist road. 2. Uphold the dictatorship of the proletariat. 3. Uphold the leadership of the Communist Party. 4. Uphold Marxism, Leninism, Mao Zedong thought. Any misapprehension that Deng's reforms will include an end to one-party rule are firmly laid to rest. Nevertheless, his planned economic reforms are ambitious and far-reaching. Deng signals his desire to strengthen international relations and expand trade during a landmark visit to the United States.
So he's watching a rodeo.
It's the first by a Chinese leader since 1943.
Is that Chiang?
In Texas, his evident enjoyment of American traditions helps win over the crowds and underscores his pragmatic approach to China's foreign relations.
Very smart to do this, you know. Very smart.
Deng's goal is to...
So you see Coca-Cola right there. So they're basically opening it up for a little bit more free trade now.
lift millions of ordinary Chinese out of poverty and into the middle class. The means will be a new economic system, socialism with Chinese characteristics. For the first time, elements of market capitalism will be introduced into what has been a rigidly state-controlled communist model. Decisions will be decentralized, industries opened to private enterprise, and price controls loosened. However, the changes will be introduced cautiously, and all aspects of the economy will remain under close government supervision.
Is it just the regulations and the guardrails the reasons that it's not total capitalism?
Special economic zones will be the blazing beacons of China's new economic era. Inspired by the post-war booms in Singapore, Hong Kong, South Korea and Japan, the first SEZs are all on the coast to facilitate foreign investment. They include Shenzhen, just 15 miles from Hong Kong, and Xiamen, opposite Taiwan.
Very, very interesting spot right there. That's right on the Taiwan Strait. That's crazy.
Many more will follow in the 1980s. The SEZs offer foreign investors access to China's plentiful cheap labor and raw materials, with less regulation and lower taxes. They are touted as gateways to China, ports through which a booming trade in imports and exports can be established. The SEZs are a massive success, attracting huge amounts of foreign investment, new factories, and jobs.
Yeah, that looks insane, the amount of sky rises. Where is that particularly? Is that Shanghai?
In the countryside, Mao's mass collectivization programs are rolled back. Rural households are allocated their own land, with more freedom in how they choose to farm it. Over the next 6 years, 97% of peasant households move from collective to individual land ownership.
That's crazy. So we're doing a ton of rollbacks agriculturally, and this is probably the agricultural revolution part of the new modernization. What is the collective? Is the collective like, I don't know, why is there still like quote unquote 3% of that staying? Obviously you don't want to go wholesale in any change, but is there a particular reason why there are still people in the collective?
Agricultural output increases by more than 60%. Hunger and famine, which have haunted Chinese peasants for millennia, become a thing of the past.
See, that right there alone just should that's amazing. That's amazing.
Thousands of students and officials who had been exiled to rural areas during the Cultural Revolution are allowed to return to the cities and resume their functions. Entrance exams to universities, suspended during the Cultural Revolution, are reintroduced in 1977. And academic life resumes in universities across the country.
So basically westernizing the state of China, pretty much, right?
Abroad, China continues to assert its influence as a major regional power. To the south, in Indochina, it has supported 2 communist insurgencies in Vietnam and Cambodia.
well, by 1978, yeah, it's very different. This is post-Vietnam War. So it's Vietnam at this point.
After long struggles, both have secured control in their respective countries.
Yeah.
But by
Also
the late
Laos.
1970s, China's relations with communist Vietnam are deteriorating fast.
Why?
After the Soviet-China split, Vietnam sides with its other backer, the Soviet Union.
Ah, I see why. Yeah. Because they're both trying to vie for control here, and the the Sino-Soviet split was it was just more or less just opinions and how things are being done, and there's a lot more to it. But more or less, now you have an alliance that is just deteriorated because you have to choose one or the other. You can't have both.
In 1978, Vietnam invades Khmer Rouge-controlled Cambodia, led by Pol Pot, threatening to overthrow China's other regional ally. Outraged, China launches a limited invasion of Vietnam the following year.
See, this is the history I don't know about.
But it is a costly affair. Experienced Vietnamese forces inflict an estimated 20,000 casualties on the People's Liberation Army.
In the scheme of things, you don't think that's a lot, given like the civil wars between communist China and the Republic. But that, yeah, it's a big affair for just a little small entrance that they tried to make.
Chinese military deficiencies are exposed, leading to a thorough overhaul and modernization of its armed forces.
Maybe it was needed to showcase that then.
Attacking Vietnam, a Soviet ally, does no harm to China's relations with the West, however, which continue to improve. Deng Xiaoping hosts state visits by the Prime Ministers of Great Britain and Japan, the President of France, and Queen Elizabeth II. Deng is Time magazine's Man of the Year. Twice.
Wow. So he's a popular guy.
Deng even softens official language toward the old enemy, nationalist-controlled Taiwan.
How so?
Communist China's stated strategy towards Taiwan becomes one of peaceful reunification rather than liberation. But Deng's offer to incorporate Taiwan into the People's Republic of China under a one country, two systems formula is rejected by Taiwan's president, Chiang.
Well, I can imagine, because like that doesn't change anything, because at the same time Taiwan still wants sovereignty.
Son of Chiang Kai-shek.
Of course, then yeah, GG's.
China's new confidence abroad is seen in its promotion of pinyin, the new phonetic system for spelling Mandarin Chinese using the Latin alphabet. The international media finally learns to call Peking Beijing. At home, however, the Communist Party's control over society remains as firm as ever. Since 1949, China's population has been growing at an unprecedented rate. This was the result of giant strides in public health, while Mao and the government had
So I'm guessing this also has to do with infant mortality decline, right?
encouraged and rewarded large families. In just 30 years, China's population has nearly doubled, from 550 million to around 1 billion. It's a rate that many experts believe is unsustainable and harmful to prosperity.
Could be.
And so, in 1980, China introduces a one-child policy.
Crazy. It's I get it. I get it. It's a statewide policy, but this is so crazy overreach. and talk about what they wrote on that wall, the democratic wall about freedom, liberty, and all of that. This is so overreach. Imagine families have to, like, what happens if you have twins? This is dark. This is very dark.
For most families, a second child will now lead to heavy fines and other penalties.
Horrible. In
some cases, there are even forced abortions.
Horrible.
And sterilization.
Yeah, all your this is, you remember how like Mao had like that tainted, like he tainted his legacy with like the famines and the over control and basically if he had stopped, like I forget the particular year, if he would have stopped there, he would have been like one of the greatest figures of all time. But then he just went down that dark path. Honestly, Deng was doing good. Up to this point, he was doing good. Now, you're in the same boat as Mao at this point in my head. I know it's very different in terms of population loss and so forth, but you're very close. Because in the philosophy of government overreach and control, you're right there now.
The consequence will be a generation of single-child families.
Horrible.
With a strong gender imbalance. Horrible. In favor of males.
Horrible.
Strict family planning laws are just one way that the Communist Party has transformed the roles and experience of women living in China. Mao declared that women hold half the sky, and in the 1950s he'd introduced laws to improve women's rights in marriage, divorce and property.
Didn't know that.
By the late 70s, it is estimated that up to 90% of women based in urban areas are in work. In 1980, China is among the first to ratify the UN Convention on the Elimination of All Forms of Discrimination against Women. But ambitions and declarations do not always match reality. Women remain underrepresented in China's political and economic leadership. And as with much development in China, many reforms take much longer to reach rural communities.
Wow.
Progress is being made, but for many, not quickly enough.
Wow, that's crazy, isn't it? That's just insane. This is a very... Oh man, this is crazy. Let's keep watching. Okay, students, we came too late. Whatever you say and criticize us is deserved. Zhao's lying. Isn't this one of his left or right-hand men? Oh no. Oh no. Here we are.
For many, China's economic reforms fuel hopes for political change.
I wouldn't see any political change at this point. I don't have any hope at this point in 1989. Maybe the economy's better, but overreach is insane.
Especially with the rise to prominence of Hu Yaobang, Deng's old ally, now General Secretary of the party. Hu is an unusually outspoken and open-minded member of the Politburo. He advocates greater openness and challenges the privileges of the princelings, the children of senior Communist Party officials. He is hugely popular with the people. Many reformers hope he will, in time, succeed Deng as supreme leader. In 1986, popular discontent leads to student protests across China, with calls for greater openness and democracy.
See, this is, of course, what happened a lot in the 19th century across Europe, is the democracy. And it always happens. It doesn't just have to happen in the 19th century in Europe. It always happens first with the most progressive individuals, which are usually university students or young people in general. And I guess this is where we're at.
Protests across China, with calls for greater openness and democracy. When Deng Xiaoping orders Hu to break up the student protests, he refuses.
Oh, they're fighting?
Hu is forced to resign
Oh my goodness.
and perform humiliating self-criticism in front of his colleagues. 2 years later, in the midst of a Politburo meeting, he has a heart attack and dies.
That's crazy, man. This regime is no different, in my opinion. They can't accept any sort of criticism. None.
The death of such a popular figure, seen as unfairly treated by an out-of-touch party, provokes a huge public reaction. Thousands of mourners gather in Beijing. They gravitate towards Tiananmen Square, where mourning turns into protest, just as it did after the death of Zhou Enlai. Exactly 70 years after the iconic protests of 1919, 100,000 students take part in demonstrations, once more calling for Mr. Democracy. On the 13th of May, hundreds begin a hunger strike, hoping to pressure the government into negotiations.
I want to say to the government, what we want is only the democracy, only the freedom of the speech, not overthrow the government. We support our government to go on the reform,
Very humble.
economic reform and the political reform.
The new party general secretary is Zhao Ziyang, another of Deng's protégés. On the 19th of May, Zhao visits the protest camp, expressing concern and sympathy. At 69, he is one of the younger members of the Politburo and tells students, "We are already old and do not matter."
Wow. Talk about humble right there. If that was in genuine taste, that was very humble.
State Premier Li Peng is a far more conservative figure.
Uh-oh.
He wins Deng's backing for a tough response to the protests.
I already know how this story ends.
There will be no negotiations, no concessions. Instead, martial law is declared. And on the night of the 3rd of June, troops and tanks are sent in to clear Tiananmen Square by any means necessary. The result is a massacre.
Crazy.
Official figures state that 218 civilians and 23 security personnel were killed, with several thousand injured. Many are skeptical of these numbers, believing the real death toll to be much higher. In the aftermath, cameras capture a remarkable moment of defiance. A lone, anonymous man on Chang'an Avenue blocking a column of tanks.
I don't know if this is megalomaniac taking over this man's head, or if he is just determined for democracy right here. This right here is probably the most stubborn act of defiance I've ever witnessed, ever. The bravery of this man. And then, think about it, there's a difference between the soldiers and the administration. Just because any, hardliner would not even have turned their tank here. But this person doesn't want to do it. He doesn't want to do what ultimately happens.
The incident is seen around the world. Tank Man, becomes a globally famous symbol of resistance to authoritarianism. Despite strict censorship, further reports and some footage of the bloody events emerge. The international media is quick to condemn the massacre. But the Chinese government never deviates from its official line. Speaking a few days after the event,
Oh my god, you're like 1,000 years old at this point.
Deng Xiaoping, now 84 years old, denounces the protests as a counter-revolutionary rebellion,
Yeah.
fully warranting a military response. General Secretary Zhao Ziyang, who had gone to meet the protesters, is removed from office and spends
Yeah, because we can't have any progressive people here.
15 years under house arrest.
Crazy.
Li Peng remains China's state premier for 9 more years. Later that year, Deng Xiaoping formally retires from frontline politics,
Fine.
and it appears he is handing power back to the party's reactionaries and conservatives.
Which is not a good thing, though.
Deng's era of reforms has stalled. China seems to be going backwards.
What will happen next?
The Tiananmen Square massacre badly damages China's international reputation. And
For a little bit, but greed is greed.
once again, the country finds itself isolated. Many contrast events in China with recent reforms in Taiwan, which has undergone a period of liberalization. Martial law had been lifted for the first time in 1987, paving the way for the island's first full parliamentary elections in
Wow.
1991.
Good for them.
The economy is booming, fueled by foreign investment and led by new companies such as the Taiwan Semiconductor Manufacturing Company, or TSMC.
And that's where a ton of those things come from. Taiwan. A ton, like even my computer, I guarantee you the chips come from Taiwan.
Today, it's the world's largest
Yeah, NVIDIA.
chip maker, an industry that will transform Taiwan's economy.
Huge.
In contrast, China's perceived regression leads to a significant fall in foreign investment, as the United States and European Union impose sanctions. The World Bank suspends loans. Economic forecasts for China are downgraded. China's economic stagnation will stir Deng Xiaoping into action once more. In 1992, aged 87, he embarks on a southern tour, visiting successful special economic zones where he demands bolder leadership and greater energy in the drive for economic development.
Okay.
He dismisses the old dogma that a socialist state must be a planned economy, with no role for a capitalist market. Single-handedly, through his immense personal influence, Deng puts reform back at the center of the agenda.
Okay. You're reviving your reputation for me.
Though never explicitly stated, a new contract between the Chinese Communist Party and the people is being written. Legitimacy in exchange for growth, prosperity, and national resurgence. The party upholds its side of the deal. The 1992 Party Congress declares China a socialist market economy. From now on, markets, not the state, will set the prices for goods, services, labour and capital. Many state-owned enterprises are reformed, privatised or allowed to fail, as large-scale private businesses take over. GDP leaps from 3.9% in 1990 to 14.2% in 1992,
What do you know?
and remains high for a decade. According to World Bank figures, in 1990, more than 80% of the population lived in extreme poverty. Over the next 30 years, that number plummets to 0%.
That's insane. What is the line of poverty, though? Is that just like percentile, or is that like an actual number?
Some regard it as one of the greatest economic miracles in history. A vast multitude lifted out of extreme poverty in record time. But there's another side to this unprecedented economic boom. For decades, the Chinese government had subsidized housing and food. But now, price controls and parts of the social welfare system are removed. Many find themselves abandoned and struggling to get by.
Well, how are they not impoverished, and how's that why would that graph show 0%? Obviously, it's not 2020 in this image, right, when it said 0%. Let's just watch.
Now there is more unemployment, corruption, pollution, and dramatically rising inequality, especially between urban and rural populations. As a result, tens of millions of the rural poor move to booming cities, where strict residential permit requirements, known as the Hukou system, renders them second-class citizens, locked out of state benefits. In 1997, Deng Xiaoping dies, aged 92.
Wow.
The scale of his legacy, though contested, is hard to overstate.
I think there was more good than bad, but there was a lot of bad.
Under Deng's leadership, China's economic potential has finally been unleashed, and living standards have soared. To his admirers, Deng is one of the greatest statesmen of the 20th century. To his detractors, he used economic reforms to entrench one-party communist rule.
It was already that.
The man who oversaw Mao's brutal anti-rightist campaigns of the 1950s remained true to the party to the end.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Our people are great people, as long as we unite as one. There is no difficulty that we cannot overcome. Alright. Modern day. Let's go.
Deng's successor as paramount leader is Chiang.
I don't know if I've heard of him.
Chiang, politically conservative but an economic reformer, is known for his outgoing personality and is the first Chinese leader to speak both English and Russian.
Wow.
Working with State Premier Li Peng, he ensures the country holds its course, balancing a growing economy with a highly centralized state. Abroad, Chiang carries on Deng's cautious approach, described as choosing to hide one's talent and bide one's time. But world leaders now choose their words carefully, as their economies become increasingly dependent on Chinese trade.
So the leverage, the balance of power is shifting, is what we're saying.
In July 1997, Hong Kong is peacefully transferred from the United Kingdom to the People's Republic of China,
Yes.
marking the end of 156 years of colonial rule. It is a hugely symbolic moment for an increasingly assertive China, definitively turning the page on its century of humiliation. Two years later, Portugal returns Macau to China.
Because you have to at this point. This is what we're talking about when it comes to the balance of power and leverage. These things happened for a reason.
Both territories are promised limited autonomy under a one country, two systems approach. Many predict that the rise of China's middle class will lead inevitably to increased demand for political rights. This, after all, is the lesson of 19th century Europe.
That's what literally I referenced earlier. Yeah.
US President Bill Clinton even warns China that its record on human rights puts it on the wrong side of history.
Well, that's obvious.
Around the world, there is a confident assumption that prosperity will make China more like the West. In defiance of such expectations, the 21st century sees China continue to grow in economic power and international stature, while at home, the Communist Party continues to rule virtually unopposed.
Yeah, because, I mean, think about it. Anytime anyone's spoken up, anyone that someone has deferred, you jailed them. How is that free? How is that democracy? It's not. How is that human rights? It's not. It's total control.
2001, China joins the World Trade Organization. Chinese goods become cheaper and more competitive than ever. Within a few years, China is the world's largest exporter. More and more foreign companies offshore their manufacturing to China to take advantage of cheap labor.
Is that a good thing overall? I don't think so.
The Chinese economy grows at rates other nations can only dream of. 10, 12, then 14%. It is, the World Bank declares, the fastest sustained expansion by a major economy in history. The only thing keeping pace is the country's carbon emissions and air pollutants. In 2008, China hosts its first Olympic Games. It is the perfect stage to showcase a new China to the world. Prosperous, confident, and ambitious. The opening ceremony is an awe-inspiring spectacle that celebrates thousands of years of Chinese history. In 2009, China overtakes Japan to become the world's second largest economy.
Wow. Then the next 12, 13, 14 years must have been massive if Japan was above them in 2008, 2009, and they just eclipsed them then. Obviously, the United States is one.
Behind only the USA. Communist Party rule is not entirely uncontested.
Oh.
Far from Beijing, in Tibet and Xinjiang, there are protests over the perceived injustices of its rule.
Of course there's injustices there. Anyone that doesn't think in Elijah there was an injustice is insane. That's a whole nother story. We won't have to get into the Tibetan rule and how the Dalai Lama has been in exile since the 60s or 70s?
They are met with force and mass detention.
Lovely. No opposition.
The entire country, meanwhile, is subject to increasingly sophisticated surveillance and strict censorship. The Great Firewall helps to keep Chinese citizens safe.
Safe from knowledge.
From harmful foreign ideas.
Yeah.
While the internet is continuously patrolled for any sign.
It's crazy that no one in China can watch this video right now without a VPN or some sort of like special autonomous zone where you can. Isn't it just crazy?
Of dissent.
Propaganda.
The Communist Party guarantee of stability, security and prosperity comes at a price. The freedoms that are taken for granted in many other parts of the world. In 2012, after 10 years of leadership,
and now we have, this is where we get Xi.
The cautious, technocratic Hu Jintao passes the baton to a new leader, Xi Jinping. A century on from the abdication of the last Qing emperor, China is a country that has been utterly transformed. The road has been long, bloody, and turbulent. But there is no doubt that the Middle Kingdom has resumed its natural place at the heart of global affairs.
Wow.
Would you like to...
And that's the end of our video. Let's, if you care to stay on my final thoughts, let's do that. Well, we could talk all day and long about the last 6 episodes of this, but we've talked at the end of each one in length. China's a very interesting place. I mean, you have a obvious uniparty system, the Communist Chinese Party, that has ruled de facto since the Civil War. You have, I mean, I always think the same thing, like, leave it to the people. What do the people think? What do the people want? And let the people decide. Not mob rule. Not without checks and balances, but honestly, like, what do the people want? If they want this, let's let them have it. But it's interesting to me, you know? Because I mean, there's probably a billion opinions about this out there, so mine is very minute and minuscule compared to the large majority of everyone. But in the sense of everything, why don't we let the people decide? Not just because it's a Western idea of democracy. It's more or less, do people want this? People want this. People have this. Not because people only know this, but people know choices and then they choose this. The firewall, and like I'm against the same stuff over here in the United States, guys. Like I you know, like TikTok, you know, that's a huge issue recently where, you know, we're gonna ban TikTok because of, you know, the data leaks, China and all that. It's bullshit, bro. It's literally bullshit. And here I am on my soapbox now. There should never be government overreach. Never. Let there be systems and let there be morals in place, but never overreach where you shouldn't. Nevertheless, China, let's not get too much on all the intangible opinions. You guys already have your formed opinions and already have mine. But China's a very great place when it comes to what they have accomplished. We can't not say that. They accomplished a crazy resurgence in the 20th century through the unimaginable subjugation, whether it be from the West or Japan. They pulled through it. On like a domestic affairs, they learned. That's the big thing. They learned. They stopped famine. They stopped poverty. They stopped all this stuff. There's still one domino to fall, and that's freedom of speech and freedom of thoughts. And like individually, like everyone should have their ability to say what they want to say. In reason, of course, which is always an asterisk to it. You don't want to incite violence, which is quite a gray area, depending on your subjective notion of what that is. But overall, we're not going to debate East versus West politics here. We're going to debate one thing. This was an amazing series. This was an amazing series about epic history. If you don't follow epic history, go do it right now. The video links are always in the description. Guys, I appreciate you guys watching this with me. Debate me in the comments if you have any comments that you disagree with. Leave me some context of things that might have went over my head. I appreciate you guys so dearly, so ferociously. I appreciate you. Until next time, you have a great rest of your day. Peace out. Bye-bye.